Hello and welcome to Dice Breakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Mark, and Joe. Simon is late and Purdy isn't here this week. My wonderful players, how is everyone doing today?
I'm good. I'm just thinking of ideas for the intro to the Rambling podcast.
Okay, listen, let's do this podcast and then think about a different podcast. Come on. We're doing a D&D podcast now. Remember D&D?
Okay, sorry. So yes,
Remember D&D?
Ooh, we should make a song intro to this podcast as well.
For everyone in who's watching the YouTube video or who is in the Twitch chat, yes, it looks different again. Yes, we're still having issues with Greg's internet, and
I'm sorry.
hence why his face isn't there. You know,
it's
not
not
Greg's fault. It is not Greg's fault, but we're still.
It may be my fault. I don't know.
It's not Greg's fault. Anyway, last week the party put on their war faces and went down to battle the Scourge in control of Tellurran. The first objective was the goons in the town centre, a simple feat for the Strangelings. The second, however, was the Black Knight, the figure Flint had been running from for 2 years. But information had been given to him that the Black Knight was using Flint's name and ruining his reputation. The battle was odd to start, as the Black Knight seemed to really believe that they were Flint, and that Flint was responsible for killing their father. But only a few words were exchanged before the fight began. It was evident that the Black Knight was an incredibly powerful individual and incredibly hard to take down, or at least it would be if Elsie didn't have an incredible power surge launching in lightning at the Black Knight, causing major damage. But the intrigue and odd nature of the fight continued after the Black Knight took down Flint, and then seemed to go into a catatonic state and stop moving. After a lot of investigation and some help from the captain, they worked out that the Black Knight was no man but a Warforged, a robot. It seemed that the last time Flint engaged with the being, he damaged some internal systems and made the Black Knight truly believe it was Flint, and that it needed to kill the real Flint. We start the session back up on the boat. I believe you've had some rest and such, having...
Oh, we all good. I'm so pleased about that.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we hadn't had a rest.
Oh, you haven't had a rest.
We did now.
I mean, I'm assuming after a big fight like that, you're probably going to spend the rest of the day going...
Well, I was nearly killed again, so I'm quite poorly at the moment.
Yeah, so you can take your long rest. But
Ray's a little shook.
Ray would be, yes, I would imagine so. And during the course of the rest of that day that has just happened whilst you're hovering in the sky, actually, the captain, because he wasn't fighting, would probably continue on moving for a little bit, another half a day's worth of travel or so. Elsie has contracted some kind of illness or another, nothing to be majorly concerned of, but is in fact now throwing up continuously and not in any mood to be around anyone. Just imagine every now and again whilst you're in the ship, you just hear a...
The skunk smell came back, but only for her nose.
Exactly. It's just got into her mouth, and then it was just like, you know.
She can't get away from it, no matter how hard she tries.
Yeah, exactly. It's awful.
Let's see.
But yes, you are currently then going from Tellurran over... You would, at this point, probably be exiting the borders of Chimanthia over the top of Damarth, getting quite close to where Bartlett is from, heading up to Dina Ifaro. That's upside down. I was like, that's not the right map.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can't tell because my camera's backwards. So we're going there.
Yes.
That's where we're heading for. So
Yes.
if you don't know.
We're heading for the north of Dina Ifaro.
Ray's probably looking over the side in her book. She's got like a copy of that map that the captain showed us in her book, and she's just like adding like eye-catching things that she sees down below as we fly over.
So as you fly over, the sort of things up to now that you'd see.
I should say that I will be spending an hour at some point in summoning a familiar back since my owl got killed.
That's fine. You probably see quite a lot of just grassland. There's not a lot of things sticking out. You would have been able to, in the distance, have seen Impertus being like a sort of a big wine fields, and I mean big wine fields down like a big cliff. It would be very far away and hard to like discern, but it would be these like gigantic like purple squares on the ground, looking at sort of incredible as the grapevines and such.
Impertus, you said?
Impertus, yes. Impurtis. It's not quite going down towards the sort of peninsula-esque edge of Chimanthia, sort of just before that.
Okay, and on her map, she puts a little wine glass with that heart eyes emoji next to it.
Of course. But the rest of that travel over Karamanthia would be a lot of just like grasslands. Eventually you'd be seeing Ither in the distance, which is just a small town, I believe. I don't think I made any comments on it. The only person who would have seen Ither would have been Bartlett. It'd be interesting for you seeing this from above, the path that you've traveled. Looking very small and less exciting as it did when you were down on the ground.
Sorry, my spells.
Oh, there you go. Ither, there it is. You would probably from above see quite a large portion of like foresty land. Not like dense forest, but there's a few more trees and stuff around. It almost looks more lush around this edge, around what is the town of Ither. Bartlett would probably be able to tell you about how it is a. Well, in fact, I'll let you RP what Bartlett knows.
Sorry.
He's looking at a spell.
No, I love it. I just love it. It's just like, oh shit, will I?
The right bit.
So I think, I'm presumably, good old Flint would have been through this area as well because he came across to.
No, I think you
maybe,
took it.
maybe not. No,
you
I'd
didn't.
have gone southeast with my.
Oh, here we go. Yes. Ither. I have it. Cool. Sorry, did you say we're going over the forest?
Yeah, you're sort of over what it's not a dense forest. It is more like a woodland that has more trees. A lot of Karamanthia is just like flat, hilly grasslands, but there is a little bit of a more sort of a growth around this area.
I would have been this way because I'd have come down through Marrow.
I thought you took an airship.
No,
He took a
Did
sea
you-
ship. didn't he?
Oh, no,
I took
yeah,
a ship across,
Eat
and I
any of the
walked.
mushrooms when you went through?
Say again?
Did you eat any of the mushrooms when you went through the forest? Because that was the mistake that I made.
Oh, I thought the mushrooms.
I didn't notice that. I didn't note that down. So if I did, I can't remember it now. It's probably.
Well, I hadn't been traveling too long when I came this way, and so I'd done kind of like my survivalist training. And so I ate some mushrooms that I thought were good, but that weren't. They were very poisonous. And
no.
so I kind of got, there's like a community that lives in the woods, and they kind of nursed me back to health, which was very nice of them. And then I avoided trying to pick wild mushrooms after that.
Do you
Zegith,
know what it looked like?
Zegith struts up and he's like, why would you pick random mushrooms and eat them?
Well, I was hungry, and part of why I kind of left home was to find new food. And I picked them at random, and then I looked at them and tried to determine if they were poisonous or not. And I thought that they looked like one of the non-poisonous ones, when in fact they were one of the very poisonous ones.
If you are going to do this, may I suggest you invest in learning the spell? I believe I've seen it before. Detect poison?
See, I have since done that. That is because of that experience. That is something that I now
Yes.
can do.
Could you
That'd be a
draw
good
the?
idea.
Could you draw the mushroom for me? Just right here next to the mark on my map.
Sure.
Thank you.
What does it look like?
Draw something that
No,
looks
I,
like any other mushroom.
at that time, I wasn't
Mushroom.
picking things and eating them. And I was just I had some supplies with me, and I was just working my way down. It wasn't eating very much in those days, so.
Speaking of food, you are a monk, aren't you, Flint?
No, I'm a chef.
Not you, Bartlett, Flint.
Yes, well, I was. Yes, I suppose
Wait,
I am.
is it true? I only heard in theory. Is it true that there are monks that now you'll have to excuse if I get the wrong terminology here, but they harness their chi to the point where they no longer need to eat? Is that true?
That is correct. Yes, yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Yes, some of the more senior ones. Yes.
I don't even understand how that's possible. Surely nutrients are a necessity.
But the whole point of the chi is absorbing energy from around you. You see, so your body, I suppose, just takes that energy and converts it to whatever it needs. I
So
don't know.
So on
Well, that
some
advanced.
level, monks can learn to photosynthesize.
Possibly, I don't know. I'm not that advanced. I've
I
never
don't
seen a
need to
green
sleep.
monk.
Do they need to sleep?
I don't need to sleep. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yes,
Actually,
that's
I
a
don't know.
different question of why you don't. I mean, I'm assuming sleep is an odd concept to you.
I mean, yeah, it's something that came with my training.
Training?
Yeah, from my teacher. After she shared romantic with us, it's just one of the abilities that I trained up.
To sleep.
To not sleep.
To not sleep.
To not sleep. I
Choose.
understand. Oh, sorry. I misunderstood. I was under the impression that all of those of your kin would naturally not need to sleep.
Most of them do.
Interesting. How do you not feel tired? I'm starting to feel very underwhelming compared to a lot of other people in this world.
Well, I do still feel tired. I just when
Well,
I
you
feel
say that.
tired, I don't do any strenuous activity.
Hmm.
I'm not that sort of higher level. I can't do that kind of stuff. But I'm just trying to work out what level you have to be to do that. But
What level? I don't understand. Is there a level system in a monk's?
well, there is actually. Yeah, that's right. There are sort of you've got initiates and novitiates and fathers and brothers, and there's lots of different levels of experience and so on.
So have you?
To not have to eat. Eating's great.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
I do very much enjoy food, especially Bartlett's food.
Where the heck is it?
Good food.
I know he's smaller. I can't.
What are you looking at, Flint?
I'm looking through my monk manual, how to monk,
Monk
which I was
101.
given
How
when
to
I was
monk
when I was 11. Monking 101, absolutely.
Monkey.
And,
Monkey.
somewhere there it should say how. But I can't. I know I've seen it, but I can't remember where it was. Well, that one.
Well, I don't. Yeah,
Oh,
I
there
don't
we
think
go.
it'll be so
I
bothered.
found it now. Yes, that's it. I know it.
I suppose it would be useful if you had to travel a long distance with no food.
Well,
Not that you'd
it's
want
not
to,
only
but-
that; it's also it's more a sort of side effect of if you learn how to stop the aging process in your body, so you don't really sort of show the signs of age, you see, and at the same time, so you take the energy from around you to sort of maintain you. You still get older and you die of old age, but you don't show the signs of age.
That seems strange. So you could be like 90 years old and very frail, like ordinarily, but you would still look very kind of
You
young.
look exactly the same as you did when you gained the skill. Yes.
You might just drop dead of old age the next day with no warning because you're old.
Well, pretty much, yes, that's right. And there comes a point where the energy around you just can't sustain you anymore.
God, can you imagine all of your
Terrifying.
your organs shutting down at the same time?
I've tried it actually. It was quite unpleasant. In my case, it was caused by 3 large black knights.
Well,
chopping
yes,
me to
but there's
pieces.
being killed, yes. But I mean, imagine just being perfectly healthy and then
Right.
suddenly you realize your entire body just disintegrates. Sorry.
I prefer
Very
not to
shallow.
think about that kind of thing, to be honest.
No, I think for now.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what it means is that we are sort of senior monks at the monastery. They don't really show any particular signs of age. They just keep going until one day they feel the call and go to sleep and don't wake up.
Very odd. I mean, I'm used to normal human society. Obviously, I'm not used to all of these fringe cases. I mean, I was learned to be an educated man, which usually comes with being quite boring at the same time. I have to admit.
Well, it can be. I mean, I was educated in quite advanced ways in some stuff, but of course, it's not quite the level you are. No, not at a scholarly level. But in certain things, I was quite highly educated.
Well, we all have our specialties.
Yeah, in my case, it's more sort of how to make somebody's head go down through their feet, that kind of thing.
Yes. I was going to point out more Bartlett's affinity for cooking, but that works too.
Yeah, I am not specialized at putting heads and feet together.
Well, unless there's some kind of soup that involves the head and feet of the same animal.
Not that I know of. There is a soup that you put chicken feet into and then you like suck it off the feet. But that's not to my liking. But it's got nothing to do with the chicken head either.
Concord update. The catbird is just sort of once again just lying on its back on. It seems to enjoy sort of just like lying on its back with its wings spread out, just legs in the air. Just next to Bartlett, of course.
So I will toss it a good berry.
It takes the good berry as more of like a toy than a food. Batting it around.
Can
I will say as well, during the last like sort of like day when you were relaxing and such, there was at some point where it came to you with a mouse, which you have no idea where the mouse came from because you're in the air and
Did the mouse have wings?
the mouse did not have wings. No, it's just a mouse. Just like drops it in front of your feet, and just stares at you.
I will have thrown it off the side of the boat.
I know this is a past thing, but you throw it off the side of the boat, the cat just dives after it, catches it in midair, flies back up, and just drops it in front of you.
That just means that I've taught Concord how to play fetch
You have.
with a slowly decaying mouse.
Every time you do it, it just meows aggressively, like, what are you doing?
If you keep doing it, yeah, my owl will eventually go after it.
Okay.
Oh, that's an interesting
That's an
contest.
ordinary fetch.
Although the owl doesn't eat food.
No, it wouldn't eat it. It would just catch it and bring it back.
Anyway.
I'm just using it as practice.
Who hasn't rolled a D100 whilst from the ship? I believe, Joe, you have, and Greg, you have.
I think I have. Can't remember.
I don't know. Because I don't
Yeah,
remember.
I did because I had to dig out my old D100s from here.
Oh.
There they are.
I did because it was plant spores.
Oh, then it doesn't matter. Then, Dad, roll a D1. Dollar 100.
Oh, Dolary 100. Red is high.
Dollar.
It is. Oh, red is high, but not that high. That was 1.
You actually just rolled 1.
I rolled 0-1. Yes.
I mean, it's always possible, but so unbelievable.
I rolled 1 on a D100. Pretty impressive.
Why couldn't that have been when I do it for a divine intervention? Just thanks, divine intervention.
One. I don't think I've ever rolled 1 on a D100 before.
As you're floating through the sky, it's a really sort of odd sight. I imagine Bartlett would see it first. You see another airship, just sort of like cruising along, going much slower than you. I mean, your ship does go very fast, but you're sort of approaching it. And as you get closer and closer, you feel your own ship start to slow down. As it starts like slowly coming to, there's no like handbrake on on an airship. It just sort of slowly starts floating, and as you get closer and closer, you realize that the airship is not moving, and it's almost a little bit scary in that you can't see any movement. It is dead still, just sort of floating. A couple of the engines you can see are like flickering a little bit. And there's a little bit of smoke just coming from some area of the ship as it just sort of floats there.
Okay. I will signal to anyone else who might be on the deck, and then I will go find the captain to ask, "What's the dealio?"
And you'll find me on the way there as well. Hey, Captain.
Is this something that happens a lot?
So just for a little description as well, the ship that you're coming up against is a much larger ship. Not huge, but I mean bigger than your one. As I've said before, you're in a rather small boat. It does have sails. It doesn't have like the fancy sort of side sails that you do. It seems to be more like a normal ship, although still a little bit different. The sails are more wide than tall, and they're shaped more sort of like curved. It seems like there's a bit of a difference. You wouldn't be able to analyze it entirely, but a bit of a difference in how it flies and such. The engines don't look quite as fancy as the ones on the ship you're on. They're a little more archaic, and it's just generally a bit older, a little bit more worn. It doesn't have the same fancy painting and stuff like that. As you walk up to the captain, who has slowed down alongside, but not stopped yet, you're just sort of slowly drifting past the captain. I'm assuming you've walked up to the captain and said, "What the fuck?
What's going on there?
What's
What's going on?
I believe this is a cargo ship that's been hit by pirates."
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
That would
And
be
it
my
continues
first-
to
Good help, I
fly?
suppose.
Continues to fly?
Well, if you have fuel and don't turn off the engines, it will hover. As does my ship when I come down to land.
We ought to go and see if we can help. There might be some survivors.
Yeah, there likely to be people that we can help there.
Maybe. Depends when it was hit.
Well, do you want to teleport us onto it? if you fly above it, and we'll.
Well, hang on. How close are we?
Currently, you're a good few hundred feet away. It's sort of a distance away from you, and he says, "Unable to with the sails in the way. I can come alongside, and we can manually board."
I can send my owl to have a quick look, make sure there's, see if there's any movement on board, that sort of thing.
If you wish.
I shall send my owl off. It'll be outside range, so I can't look through his eyes. But my instruction is look for any living people on the ship.
Mhm.
Any sign
The
of
owl
living people.
flies off away, and it takes a few minutes. You can see him fly over to the ship and sort of land in a couple of places, fly in and around. Sort of, you probably can't see, but it does sort of land and sort of like hopping along the ground in parts where it can't fly. You know, like through doorways and such. Although I think, to be fair, it probably could fly through doorways. I know owls are very dexterous. Either way, it sort of flies around for a bit, and a few minutes later, flies back and perches back on your arm. It's still like the size of you because you know you're tiny. And it just sort of translates the word sort of dead to you.
Okay, he didn't see any of your survivors, but I think we should go and check.
Yep, I agree.
So your ship sort of the engines very gently sort of a little bit as you drift towards, and he does this very well done and interestingly careful maneuver that just sort of slides it gently alongside the ship, and then stops, not by like I said, there's no break. It's difficult to stop an airship, but these sort of like planks extend from the side. You don't really see it, but you hear this sort of like noise as these sort of like buffers sort of just like bump up against the next one. There's a bit of a as you bump up against the ship, sort of connects the two together. Not actually, but sort of right next to each other. And then the captain sort of gets down and starts fiddling around right next to the barriers. He starts pulling up little compartments that you've possibly seen, but not really been too interested in. Pulls out these. He's just pulling out these gigantic planks, and then just dropping them bonk, from one ship to the other. They're only like 2 feet wide, these planks, and they are not secured. But he gets out a couple of those and just bonk, puts them down.
Oh,
Hello.
Whoa.
Simon!
Simon, as a bird, Unit, as a bird, you fly back to the ship and realize that the ship is currently alongside a slightly larger and more archaic.
Sorry, just turning my light on.
A slightly larger and more archaic ship, and it seems as though there are planks across from one ship to the other, from your ship to their ship.
What a nice ship.
We will cross
No.
the planks.
I mean, Flint will hop up on the plank and make his way across.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to emboldening bond myself, Flint. Oh, it can now do up to 5 willing creatures. So just all of us, except for the captain.
Oh yeah, the captain's not coming. Zegeth does come along as well, and actually no, Zegeth says, "I'll stay back just in case."
We're never going to get the captain to join our team if you won't give him emboldening bond.
No,
But he's not staying within 30 feet of us, so it'd disappear from
Yeah.
him anyway.
Zegeth says, "Just in case something comes back, I'll stay here for, I guess, protecting this side of things.
What
Is-
would come
Just
back?
call me if you need me."
Here's the other
I
amulet.
believe it could be pirates that did this to the cargo
Yeah,
ship.
Well, supposedly.
Yeah, you stay here, make sure that this ship doesn't get boarded in case they're waiting for us. And here's the amulet thingy so that we can let you know what is going on.
Okay. Good luck, I guess. Call me if you need me.
Okay, let's go see if this ship is in shape.
In what would you call it?
Well, that certainly is a shape.
You'd say
Ship shape.
You could say it's in ship shape. Sorry, I just realised that. Needs a bit of an adjustment. Simon
Ship shape in
arrived.
Teleron fashion.
There we go. So you wander across and wander onto the deck of the ship. Everything's a lot simpler. There's obviously it's got these masts and it looks like it's got more storage below deck. One of the first things that sort of comes to you as you walk across, though, is this, and this would be mostly to Bartlett again with your senses, with your perceptions, is a very faint.
My perception is better nowadays.
It is, but it's more the smell. A very faint underlying uncomfortable smell. It's not very nice. You wouldn't really identify it. You wouldn't recognize it, most likely. In fact, I can guarantee you wouldn't recognize it. But it's a very sort of like unpleasant smell around the area.
Wait, then
Oh,
where
well,
did Elsie go?
Elsie, oh,
She is not feeling well and did not want me to fix her.
Are we sure that's not the smell?
Yes, of course.
I think it's a different smell.
I will attempt to follow my nose to the source of the smell.
it's more of a general smell. It's hard to follow. But as you're wandering around, all of you sort of on the ship, sort of having a look, as you go into like the captain's, well, actually, where would you go first? I'll give you a little bit of an outline. It's a classic ship setup. You've got the main deck at the front. There's just sort of like a slightly raised portion, nothing particularly special about it, but it just sort of raises up in that direction. At the back, there's obviously a cabin, the captain's cabin, which has a couple doors either side of a big set of stairs that goes up towards above the cabin, which has the big old steering wheel, which is called the helm. That's the one.
Presumably, we can see there's nobody up at the helm.
There's nobody up at the helm now. Well, I'll tell you things as you get to them, but I'm just telling you what the sort of layout is. And then you can tell there's stairs that go down below. You don't know how many floors there are, but from your... Huh?
You stopped.
There's...
You went the stat.
Well, no, I didn't.
Yeah,
That's just what Discord did.
I think your internet's struggling a little bit. The stream is going choppy as well.
Yeah, it definitely is, but I mean, there's very little I can do about it.
Oh, you've had a haircut.
Close this fit. Just a little bit.
Oh.
I mean, okay, that should deal with it for now.
Why does it look like it's so dark?
Okay.
in my room?
There's some stairs. The stairs going up to the helm. I already said that bit, and then there's some stairs going down into. You don't know how many like floors there are, but you'd imagine from the outside there's probably 2 more floors down below, possibly 3, like an extra sort of like small one down. Like on your current ship, there's 1 floor below, and then a floor which has like the big batteries or whatever I called them before, the power source.
I'm going to take out my rolling pin and frying pan and cast Shillelagh, and then suggest that we go to the captain's quarters first.
Yeah, I'm going to head for the captain's quarters as well.
This is a little
Sounds
spooky.
sensible.
I'm going to make dancing lights and have them just out in front of us.
Yeah.
Why
Just
is
be prepared that we might get attacked by sky pirates.
You walk into the captain's, or walk up to the captain's quarters, and you can tell there's a door on either side of these stairs, but the one that you come to first, the door itself is quite a fancy door. It's the size of what, like in real life, you would imagine just a normal door, except it is still 2 doors. It opens in the middle with this sort of fancy sort of lock and some misty windows, but the windows are smashed, and you can tell that the lock that was locked has just been like smashed open. You know, the doors were forced open. They're kind of just like flapping a little bit. And as you walk in, that smell that you were smelling, Bartlett, does get a lot stronger in here. And it's quite a nice room. There's a big table in the center, which has like some maps and things. There's various sort of like storage and cupboards around. Rather nice looking. Not the most fancy thing. Not quite, you know, in the castle fancy, but like kind of nice. You know, probably hand carved, maybe some presents and stuff. You know, a liquor cabinet sort of thing. Maybe a globe as well. And then there's a smaller desk behind, which has a seat behind it, evidently more of like a working desk. And then in the corner, tucked away, is this rather nice bed, though it is still a hammock, because ships and airships style. But the most poignant thing that you would notice is sitting in the chair behind the desk is a half-decayed body, wearing a tricorn hat and a rather regal-looking sort of jacket with multiple stab wounds in its body. Through you can see what dried blood. Both its hands tied down to the side of the chair with multiple fingers missing, and then just like one like big hole in the side of its head. One small hole in one side of its head and one big hole in the other side of its head. It's very gruesome, and I mean like really gruesome. And also decaying, and like one of the eyeballs like hanging out, kind of grossness.
Philip will get out his prayer book and start doing a prayer to Helm.
Yeah.
I reckon it's not like bloated and like nasty. It's stinky, but you'd reckon like a week-old death, maybe.
somehow still didn't smell as bad as Elsie's skunk smell.
A week, you say?
Well, like I'm saying assumptions of like what you'd give, but you guys have killed people before, but you've never really stuck around to see what it looks like.
Well, I don't know. We
It's
carried that one. We carried that body with us in the bag for a while.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
was
we did
months.
actually. That's true.
When you pulled
And
that
it
out,
was
it
in
was
the
most
bag, so
likely
it didn't
liquid.
smell.
Yeah, when you pulled that out,
Yeah.
you probably like pulled out a liquid.
Ugh.
I hope we got all the bits out.
If we think they've been dead for a week, then there's the potential to bring them back to life, but not if it's that damaged.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Well,
want to come back
can
to
bring
life
them
if
back
this was
up.
my condition.
No.
Bring them back to unlife.
No, that's all right.
It wouldn't be especially
would-
helpful.
I think I would still prefer it not moving.
I
Also, that was
can-
me speaking, not
But you know what? You know what interests me? If you look at the poor chap, look at the state of him. They were obviously trying to find something else, and he wasn't being cooperative, was he?
No.
Yeah.
Well,
That and he
Did you
has a
say he's
political
sat
hat.
behind like a desk or something? Did you say?
Yeah, well, so there's a
Yeah.
big table in the middle, which is more like a map table, or like people would stand around it and like discuss things. But he's in like behind a small sort of desk type thing.
I want to have a look at the desk.
I think for now, because I can speak to this chap tomorrow.
You can.
I can.
Didn't think anybody could. That's kind of.
No, we can speak to him.
There.
Tomorrow. We can ask him some questions. But I think for now we need to make sure that this isn't going to happen to us before we start looking around for whatever it is that might have been taken or looked for.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we need to have a little look downstairs. Although I would have thought by now somebody
Mm.
would have come to investigate if they were
Yeah,
here.
you'd think people might have heard footsteps. Unless it's like an ambush, I guess, in which case they have.
I tell you what, I can go quietly, and I'm quite small. I'll go first. I'm gonna stealth my way down the steps just in case.
I'm going to try to make this room smell a little better.
I would stay 25 feet behind you so that we retain emboldenment.
Just one question before we move on. Unit did want to look at the desk. It's not massively
Hey, you-
interesting. It's nice. It's got like a, you know how like older desks in the real world have like a wooden outside and then that sort of like slightly squishy leather over the top of like a cushioned surface type thing. It's kind of like
Upholstery.
that. It's not well, it kind of is, but
Like a padding thing.
yeah, it's like a padding which has like rivets around the side of it that sort of like has a pattern style sort of thing. It's kind of like that.
It's fancy, is what you're saying.
It's kind of fancy, but you can tell like there's scratches and lines through it. It's not been like tended to in a while. It was probably a gift or like made or bought specially a long time ago. Very heavy, like mahogany or some kind of like heavy, dense wood, hardwood. And there's a couple drawers on either side, just small drawers, which are a couple of them are open, and obviously things have been looked through and they're like cracked open. You can tell there's like papers and stuff have just gone flying. There's a little bit of blood in it, sort of pooled and dried in the drawer. And there are a couple. There's one locked drawer, very small. It's like letterbox size drawer with a tiny little fancy metal handle. But it's locked. You can't open it.
I'll have a look at that later. I'm quite good with locks. But
Yeah.
before we do that, let's see if we can find anybody downstairs. So I'll come back to that later. I'm going to stealth my way down the stairs to start with.
I'm going to press to digitate that room that we were in as well.
Yeah, you just start
Try to make
cleaning
it
up
smell a
the
little
blood.
better.
Yeah, you're just walking around trying to clear up the smell. You walk over
Got the
towards
Febreze
towards the front. Go towards like these sort of these stairs. The stairs themselves are covered in like a sort of like a plank, but
Oh, I'm coming with, by the way.
yeah, covered in like a plank that you have to move out of the way. The hinges are like damaged, and again, it looks like a lock was busted. It was sort of covering over these stairs, so that rain and whatever doesn't pour inside. And as you go down, it's very, very dark down there. There's little cracks of light coming through, cracks in the side paneling of the wood, and down here you can see that there's cannons, which are receded, and there's a little bit of light coming through the closed sort of portholes that the cannons would be firing through. It's a large, long, open room, the entire size of the ship, which is just like some cannons, and at the very back there's just a load of like boxes and barrels and this kind of things, all would have been strapped down. Now there's a lot of them have been smashed open, a lot of them have been pushed over, like evidently some that had liquids in were leaking, but that's all like emptied and dried out, and there's like stickiness on the ground, and some of the like cracked open, pulled open crates have like a lot of paper or like equivalent sort of padding, and then some of them have like some nice looking but broken vases, which have obviously been ignored, and just some like general cargo type goods. Some of it seems to be maybe more expensive, like I said, vases or paintings or whatever. Some of it seems much more simple, like food storage or paperwork, just general cargo being transported from A to B, you know.
I will say to Flint, Flint, it's quite dark in there, but before you do that thing where you light your hand on fire, there's cannons there, and we don't know what's explosive. So do you still have that rock on, that like fire rock that I gave you?
Rock on.
Rock on. Oh yes, I've got it. Hang on.
I recommend using that instead of lighting your hand on fire, which might light all of us on fire.
Okay, fair enough. Here it is. Here it is. Hold the glowing rock up.
So you can see a little bit better now. Like I said, you could already tell that was a long, because of like the light cracking through. And if you did open up like the cannon ports, a lot more light would come in. Like that's logic that you could already work out. But there's not
assuming we can't see any people, any figures.
Yeah.
I'd push open a couple of the.
Yeah, you push open some of the ports. They have little sticks that you sort of put up with them, and they sort of stay open.
I've seen Hornblower. I know.
But like every single one of these cannons is receded. There's a good like 6 on each side, and none of them have been pushed forwards like they were ready for a fight or anything. None of them even look like None of them even look like they were filled with powder or lit or anything.
Ray comes running down the stairs at this point. It's just like, there's no helping that smell.
I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
You're more than welcome to, yes. Hang on, give me 1 second.
Because I feel like there are invisible people here.
You do detect magic, and there is no significant magic. There's a little bit coming out of like low level coming out of some of these boxes of like items where, you know, one of them's like a vase that will be extra shiny because, you know, it's just sort of like a thing that's just very low level, simple, almost what's the word I'm looking for? Showy.
Decorative.
Yeah, decorative kind of like magic on some of these items, or like paper that, you know, if you say the right words, it'll remove what's written on it. Kind of just like nothing like special there. But in the main body of it, there's no specialty kind of.
Ray wants the shiny vase.
Glowy silhouettes of people invisible around or anything like that.
No.
Okay. Let's say. Well, it seems safe.
Seems, yeah. Do you say there was like a floor below this as well?
Yep. There's another set of stairs. They continue down from where you went down before.
Well, we may as well continue down the stairs then.
In terms
Yeah,
of the vase,
Shh.
give me an investigation from Ray.
Oh. Okay. That was a weird roll on the dice. It just kind of kept going.
I know the ones where it's like dig.
Yeah. I was like, wait, what? Are you...
Where's the momentum coming from?
Yeah. Investigation. Oh, I don't have any bonus to investigation on Ray.
Yay.
16 though.
Oh.
16. Yeah, I reckon you find a lot of the bigger pots have already been broken, which is disappointing. But you do find a small vase or vase, whatever you want to call it. It's not particularly fancy. It's the classic style where it's thinner at the bottom, curves out a little bit, then goes to a nice thin neck, and then sort of spreads out at the mouth into sort of like it's more like a sort of a flower vase. It's black in color with gold rings down the bottom and at the rim at the top, and then another stripe just at the top of at the base of the thinnest neck. And then there's a very generic sort of flowery pattern all over it with some pinks and blues that sort of come up from some thin stems sort of just around it. And it shines. It doesn't glow light, but it seems to catch any light just a little bit more specially. Just a little bit more shiny, you know? Twinkles almost.
Just gonna put that in
You didn't
her
check if it was
large
electrified.
pocket.
She puts
Oh
it away.
shit! You're right. In
That's why it's
her
sparkly.
large pockets that characters have.
You can't put it in a pocket, you are in fact holding it. But they did check it was
Okay.
electrified because Bartlett's doing detect magic.
Yes.
Electric.
I will carry it
could-
around then.
Could be not magical electricity.
Ah yes, the classic vase conducting electricity trick.
Yeah.
I
I
forgot
found
about
this
that one.
really pretty vase. Look at it. Not even a little bit of dust on it.
But there is some dust on it.
No,
Oh, it's not-
I reckon
it's
there's no
not
dust
shiny.
on it. Yeah, it's shiny.
Hmm.
It's clean. Well, you can imagine
Magic
rich people
shiny.
having things that don't get dusty. If you have magic.
So yes, I'm gonna head down to the.
I love this. I love this idea. She goes, "There's a vase," and everyone goes, "Ah," and then just walks away.
Very nice, very nice.
Yes, that is a vase. Well done.
I'll go to the stairs with Flint.
You start going down the
Alright.
stairs, and as you go down below to the next deck, the smell just suddenly just like engulfs you, like from the
Oh.
cabin's quarters, but like so much stronger. And as you come down again, it's dark, but with a little bit of light that you have coming through the ceiling and such, you can see right in front of you. Obviously, it's a smaller room because of the shape of the ship, but right in front of you is a load of hammocks. In what is like a sort of a room, there's like a bit of a wall that has a large opening, which is kind of a doorway, because there's a load of hammocks attached to it. And then a little bit further down, you can see there's other stuff, but it's a bit too dark to tell what's the other side of these rooms. The main thing, though, is almost every single one of these hammocks has somebody lying in it. And there's just dried blood all over the floor. There's holes in the hammocks, and most of these bodies, if you dare to go a little bit further, a lot of them have their, throat slits or like holes in their body. And everyone, give me a perception roll.
And they're actually
Wait,
still
what?
in their. They're still in their
Still in the hammocks.
hammocks.
Oh.
I'm giving myself disadvantage because
What
she's focusing on the vase.
what race are said crew members and captain for that matter?
The captain was human, as far as you could tell. The rest are sort of a. Sorry, I think Greg just
let off a balloon.
exactly, or a firework.
Yeah.
Just random races. They tend to be more humanoid towards like elves and humans, dwarves, but it is a bit of a mix. There's no particular like overlying race.
We
Oh.
have emboldening bond, so you can add D4s to your perceptions.
A D4.
Oh,
Oh,
fun.
good.
So I gave myself disadvantage because she's not really focusing. She's paying more attention to the pretty vase.
Ah.
I still rolled high.
Well, I mean, I got a 27, so
27. I got 13.
25
I
Ooh.
with disadvantage.
19, but I rolled a nat 1.
Oh no!
Okay.
So
Oh, are you paying attention to the vase now as well?
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's run through this again. Obviously,
Nobody appreciates art here.
obviously there's the nat one. What did Flint get?
I got the damage though as well.
13.
13. Yeah, nat one's a nat one. I'm just gonna nat one you. 13 unit,
24.
24, and then Ray.
25.
Okay, so the net one, don't worry, it's not that bad because they got 24s and 25s. As you're walking through, just like holding onto your nose, like however you'd pinch a cat nose, I'm not really sure, like just holding it shut, like trying
Oh.
desperately not to vomit. You're just sort of like looking around, and then you don't realize that there's just a hand
no.
dangling down from one of the hammocks, and it just like, I'll take my glasses off for this, it just like, as you're not looking, just slowly brushes up against your face as you
Yeah, it's
walk
just a very
past.
sensual caress.
And just this like gentle like caress, you just look at it, realize what it is, and you just like throw up on the floor.
Hairball.
Oh. Yeah,
It's just like and just like sit
No,
down.
that's not how cats throw up, Alex. They go.
That's true. It would be a noise.
Yeah,
Oh,
that you
gross.
can hear across all planes of existence.
Exactly.
It's something I investigate.
The sound before the storm. Yes. The rest of you see there's a lot of dead bodies, but there is one particular like route that a body
Very
has
dead.
taken. Very dead body. No. Where one of the hammocks is empty, and below it is like a big sort of like splatter of blood, and then
Oh.
this blood, like in line, sort of gets is sort of across the ground in two sort of lines, maybe a little bit more splotchy, up to a figure just leaning against the wall, very dead, with like both of its legs missing, obviously were bleeding out, like massive like wounds in like multiple parts of its body, a big slash across its face, still like worn out, and it's clutching in its very dead hand like a letter.
These people are
None of this
sadistic.
lighting up magical.
The letter is
None
not
of
magical.
Magical.
It's not like a letter in an
will
envelope. It's
have a
just
look
like a
at the
piece of
letter.
paper. So you go down and grab the piece of paper, and the rigor mortis it's holding onto quite tight. So you have to like pry open a thumb, nice and
Sorry,
close.
old
Oh.
chap. I hope you don't mind. I
Uh,
want to.
You said old chap. Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't say it's female. So, yeah,
Oh, right.
There's no reason
Sorry.
why
That's
that's an
never, that's
important.
never stopped Mark before.
No,
It's
it's
just
true.
true.
Everyone's an old chap.
And as you open it, it's very simple. It says, at the top it says, Charles, I'm sorry, but I think this is the end. Hopefully at some point this letter will make it to you, Diane. That's all it says.
Is there
I
an
wondered
address or anything?
at what point she thought it was the end.
No address.
Was it the missing legs, or
And you said that there was a locked, or a closed door down here.
There's not a closed door, it's just the other side. It was too dark to really see what's going on. Like the other side of all of these hammocks, because it's kind of sectioned off in the ship. There's a load of hammocks, and then another big open archway, sort of doorway thing that just, it's too dark down there.
I will attempt to move closer so I can
Mm-hmm.
get with me dark vision, but like go slowly, taking care to like go around as many of them as possible.
As you get further down, somehow the smell just gets worse. As you realize you're entering a kitchen and more of a storage room, and there's just rotten food just like on the side.
No, it's
Nasty,
Scarlet's
nasty
nightmare.
mess. Yeah. And the worst thing, a rusty pan.
No.
It's been a bad day.
Yeah, and it's just the kitchen area.
Okay. And again, nothing lighting up magical. I'll open any cupboards or.
No,
Right.
nothing other than like what you would know of as like the way the ovens work is slightly magical and blah 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 blah.
And yet, inexplicably, the passive-aggressive post-it notes on the fridge are still pristine.
maybe this is how the high-level monks train themselves not to have to eat. They just experience this every day.
and
What's
never
the
eat
version?
again.
Aversion therapy. Yeah.
Yeah.
We appear to be alone on this ship.
Except for this really pretty vase.
I'm going to keep that letter and,
And this
and
less pretty
see if I can
that-
do something with it later.
pirate crew.
Yeah.
How
the
did
pirates who did this were disgusting.
how did they get here? Everybody's dead.
Well, they might have had their own ship.
But how did they get everybody?
But how did they?
Well,
They
how,
got.
how did they kill them all without waking? I mean, they must have been asleep when they were killed, surely, because nobody got up.
Well, I mean, they,
I mean,
dead people don't tend to get up. But
well,
If I was attacked by pirates, I wouldn't be in my bunk. I'd be somewhere up on the decks fighting, or somewhere, or not lying there waiting for them to come to me.
there are
Well,
different
I-
magics that can put people to sleep.
that's
That's
true.
what I'm thinking. They must have been asleep or something, because no cannon rolled out, no sign of a struggle, nothing.
Maybe they all were just really comfy in their hammocks and didn't want to wake up.
Aw.
I am going to take a minute. I'm not going to do this ritually. I'm just going to take a minute to cast Commune.
Which one's commune?
Commune is I ask up to 3 questions that can be answered yes or no, or it's the one that they're like yes or no if you want, but also if you want to say unclear or something else, then you can say that.
I'm going to clean up the goopy messes.
You could try, and you can clean up a lot of the dried blood and such. But I mean, a lot of the bodies are still rotting, so it's kind of hard to get rid of any kind of smell or anything along those lines.
Yeah, the smell will stick around, but I at
I'm
least
going
don't
to-
want to walk in anybody's viscera.
I'm going to stand somewhere where you can see
Oh.
as many of the hammocks as possible, and do a prayer to Helm.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I'm currently looking for. It's a feature, isn't it? The
Commune, it's a spell, 5th level.
See, I searched for commune in the spells, but it didn't come up.
Oh.
I'm confused. It's not. Oh, haha! I tell you what, I need to refresh my page because you just put it back in, didn't you?
Yes.
Ah, that'll make sense.
Every day. Woohoo!
Everything.
There it is, commune. Sure. So, yes or
Every
no?
day when you're walking down the street. Sorry, I had to.
A short phrase and answer. This is where you like my rhymes, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, sure. Ask some questions.
First question is, are we in danger on this ship?
That one just simply comes back as a no.
Cool.
No, other than the smell. It's just a no.
my second question is this ship part of a merchant company?
That comes back as a yes.
It doesn't have to rhyme. Don't worry about it.
No, it wasn't the
Comes
rhyme.
back-
It was the yes.
Okay.
It comes back as a not anymore.
It was.
And my third question is, are the creatures that killed the crew nearby?
No.
Cool. I will relay that to the group and just say, so it seems like this ship is part of like a company, so we can't just have it, probably.
Well, they've
And,
not claimed it.
well, they'll come looking. It's still someone's property. But the people that did this, whoever they are, or the creatures, aren't here and they aren't nearby. So I think we're pretty safe while we're on here.
As you're talking, you hear a little from one of your pockets. I don't know who. You just hear a little bit of a hello, hello, hello.
Is it the amulet?
Yeah, whoever's
Oh.
pocket that's in.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, hello. Yes. The captain's saying it may be worth seeing if there's a navigation unit in the ship. Might be able to recover it.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, good idea.
Recovery.
Huh?
Are you feeling okay, unit?
Yes.
I'll go look for the unit, Captain.
Unit's here.
I don't think he
Oh.
needs that kind of unit, to be honest. I think he
I-
needs those, that sort of
Ray runs
jiggly
upstairs.
pokery stuff which was all broken in the other one.
There are
Oh,
approximately
yeah.
50,000 other units in my colony. If this confuses
Like a
you, you're
pool.
going to.
Got it. Don't worry about it, unit. Be clearer next time, Jagger. God.
Zach,
I was
do,
only relaying what was told to me.
do you know where we'd find it?
Hang on. The captain says under the helm.
All right, well, we're going back there shortly anyway. So
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna go.
Should we
Ye-
make a prayer or?
Yeah, you know more about Helm than the rest of us, Flint.
Ray's heading up to under that thing that you just said because I immediately forgot.
Under the helm. Yeah, you go up to the helm, and as with the initial ship, there's like a sort of a hatch beneath it, which has some like vague electronics and things in it. And when you get up there, you realize you have no idea what you're looking for.
Wait, but Barty, didn't you speak to Helm one time?
Yes, he was quite nice.
I met him once. He's very nice.
That's good.
I think Flint's misremembering. When Flint met him, he said, "I'm not your god," and told him to piss off.
Yeah.
He didn't. He didn't. He was very nice. He said, "I can't help you," but he was very nice.
Ray will pop the book out and write
I
to the
should be
captain.
back.
What does it
in
look like?
1 minute and 10 seconds.
I think
Um,
Flint's definition of very nice is a departure from pretty much anyone else's. In all fairness.
No. You
Surprise for everyone.
Ray writes, "What does it look like?" And you get in return just sort of a vague description that you can match. I'm not going to go into like it looks like me, and then you go because there's no point doing that. But you
Well, since the response can appear on the page, could it just come back as like a drawn image?
no. No, it's just words.
Oh.
But you can, from the description, see that there is something that looks very similar to what is being described over there.
Okay.
You have no idea how to get it out, but it's there. It's kind of large, you know.
How do I get it out?
Then there's a lot of instructions that come through saying disconnect this and then disconnect this and make sure you undo the primary and secondary bolts that are underneath it. And it's just like this big long list of things, and you're like, what?
Yeah, you're gonna need to come over here.
In a second, a couple of minutes later, the captain sort of just like tentatively walks across the tiny little. There's a huge amount of this tiny little thing, just like okay, okie dokie, walks across.
I'm sure we could find another plank.
He's already over.
Right.
And he walks up, Thumper looks down at Ray and says, "Yes, this will do." And then leans down, starts disconnecting and undoing things, and just yanks out this big cube with all sorts of like fancy looking electronics and stuff all over it. Just puts it on his shoulder and then walks away.
There was no chance I could do that.
He's already going.
Captain,
Yes.
is that to find out information about this ship, or is that the missing part that you were missing from our ship?
This is the missing part from our ship.
Okay.
This will allow me to communicate with you down on the ground, and those communicate with cities and towns, and also find them easier.
Oh, great.
So I'll have some more free time while we're traveling.
Yes.
Good job, Captain. Great work. All day.
Yay.
He just gets back up, tentatively walks across the thing and goes over, and you can see him just putting it back in place of where the other one was, connecting up things, and then fiddling with a load of things that you have no idea what he's doing, but, you know, he's just obviously has every idea what he's doing.
But while that's going on,
Acrobatics check?
I'm going to be heading up back to the captain's cabin on the.
Yep.
So then there's a little locked drawer.
So, as you're looking at it, the only reason you know it's locked is because it won't open, not because you can see a lock. What you can see is... Did you question that?
No, that's generally how you know things are locked.
Well,
I thought before you said there was a small keyhole.
no, there's a small handle. There's no keyhole.
Yeah.
You can see a load of like scratch marks and like where someone has obviously been trying to pry open the unsuccessfully pry open the
So this ship has a cut as well.
drawer.
Sorry, I missed that. My watch was beeping second.
There's evidently marks around the edge of this drawer where someone's been trying to pry open it.
So I should investigate the drawer, see if I can work out with my thievish skills.
Do a little
how one of
investigation.
the bloody thing. Yeah, investigation being one of my strongest skills. Apart from my ability skill. 14.
14. You can tell that obviously the most obvious point is this opens some other way. You're pretty sure as you jiggle it around and sort of generally, you think it's mechanical. You don't know whether it's a magical trigger or like a button or something, but you're pretty sure the lock is mechanical and not a magical in nature. You can kind of feel that something's blocking it from coming out. But unfortunately, you can't tell where you would unlock it.
So I imagine this is what the poor old captain was protecting then. So we've got two choices. I think we can either hang on until Barty sort of gets his spell sorted and ask the captain, or we can. Anybody else fancy investigating? See if you can help me find some kind of release or catch for this drawer.
I'll help you.
I would not be there. I would like to have been in the cargo hold. So I
Okay.
cannot help you. But while you two are together, you still have emboldening bond for D4 on your skill checks.
Oh, in that case, I had 17. No, I didn't. I had 14, 16.
Same situation.
Well, do you want to have a look around then, Ray? See if you can see anything. I'm going to keep looking around anyway, obviously, see if I can see anything.
Sure, I doubt I'll be able to, but I'll give it a try. It's investigating.
It's a drawer. So look under the desk. Look at the.
Never mind then.
Is that a good or a bad?
4.
A 4.
Ah.
Yeah, you can't really tell anything. You just get very distracted by how much it stinks in here.
I'm going to investigate more carefully the leather
Oh my God.
thing on top of the desk. Is there any? Is it? You said it was riveted down. I'm going to like press all the little rivets and see if there's
You-
section and send.
How long do you spend? Because you've seen that, you know exactly the kind of thing. Because I know you've owned ones that look
Well,
similar.
I used to
before.
have one. Yeah.
Exactly. You know how many rivets are on this thing. Do you go around pressing every single one?
It'd probably be. I mean, if it was like my old desk. Oh, you mean? Sorry, is it riveted all over the desk, or just a riveted pad?
Okay, so it's a pad of like leather that's obviously over something padded, and then
Yeah.
around the edge of this like rectangle, which is slightly in from the edge of the wood, is like
There
a
are rivets all
load,
around.
and they're only like like an inch apart, each of these
So it'd
rivets.
probably be about 50, I should think.
Yeah, 50 to 80, depending on how.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't take long. I just go.
Yeah, you go around, press every single one, and nothing happens.
Yeah.
Well, at the center, I'm going to press in the center of the pad as well.
It feels squishy, but you can't really feel anything other than like just paddedness. I mean, you could get a knife and tear it open, but you can't really feel anything underneath it.
I don't do that just yet. It seems a bit unfair to be. Is the desk damaged apart from blood all over it?
Not really. The drawers where they were yanked open seem to be a little bit like less smooth as they would have been. There's like scratch marks all over the desk, but it mostly looks like it's worn and old. There hasn't been like apart from someone trying to pry open that particular drawer. It doesn't seem like anybody's done much else.
I could blast it.
Well, I tell you what. Why don't we see if Barty can ask the captain tomorrow, and then if not, then we're gonna have to take more drastic means, aren't we?
The
I
I
captain.
don't really want to waste a day of travel here.
I'm gonna also look underneath inside the drawers which are open and see if there's a catch inside underneath the.
You do not find anything inside of those.
I didn't think it would, but it's worth a try. I was just thinking you'd be sitting in the desk here and you want to open the drawer. You'd have to be able to reach something.
Or he had. Yeah. Hmm.
Does the desk move? Is it attached to the floor?
It's very heavy, but you feel like it could be moved. It's not fixed down, but it's just really heavy. You right there, Greg?
Yeah, I had a dumb idea.
What's the idea? I need to know.
So
now.
Ray's gonna prestidigitate sandpaper or something rough like it and just start sanding the drawer. I'll get that eventually.
Just
You
press to
you
digitate
start
some like
standing the drawer.
WD-40, yeah.
You start sanding the drawer, and it takes a while. First, it goes to like a much lighter color as you wear through the sort of wax coating and what do you call it, varnish, to a sort of lighter colored wood. But it's not really doing a lot.
It would take a long time.
It would take a very
Go
long
for a
time.
higher grain of.
It's still gonna take a while.
No.
I think
See why it's a dumb idea?
after like 5 or 10 minutes, your fingers are just like really hurting from pressing hard. It's
Oh.
just like sore.
It's not that important. I say we just leave and let the captain
mean,
keep his
can we
secrets.
not- We not try. I don't know. We must have some tools on the ship, surely.
I've got my thieves' tools.
No, but I mean like a saw
I also
or
have
like
some
an
thieves' tools.
axe.
Oh wait, do I? No, I'm just proficient with them. Never mind.
Why don't we wait till tomorrow? Let Barty try his spell. If it doesn't work, we'll try scissors and fire or whatever. And if we can't do that either, we just
But-
drop the disc over the side and let it break.
Why not just? Okay.
I have a crowbar for some reason.
That would probably work, surely.
But looking at the marks around, it looks like somebody's already tried that.
Maybe they tried the dagger. Somebody give me a hand with this crowbar. I'm not very strong.
I'm not very strong, I'm afraid.
I'm also
Two's
not
better
very
than
strong.
one.
I don't think we've got anybody strong in the party, actually.
Hmm,
Zagat could.
that's true.
yes.
Second good, certainly.
Barty has the amulet, doesn't he?
Yes.
All right, be right back. She'll run across to the ship and try to find Zagat.
Zeg's just standing near the captain, just sort of looking over the edge.
Hey, you want to break into a captain's desk?
I mean, is there a reason why we are? And
Flint
why-
seems rather attached to the idea, and I'm afraid if we don't get it open today, we're going to be stuck here for another day.
Okay. But, why do you need me?
Oh, we need someone strong, and I think you're the only one strong aside from the captain here.
Well, I mean, we could get the captain to go over, surely. I mean,
Well,
why half
yeah,
us?
I'm
I
not
am
there, I'm
strong,
not there.
surely, but,
Zagat, else we'll be okay. Come on.
I'm not so worried about that. But what I'm saying is, why? If I can do it, then he can do it. But if I can't do it, there's
Yeah,
still a
but
chance he can
he
do it.
seemed to struggle with the whole board, and then I don't want him to fall, because then we'll be stranded with no captain.
Well, true, but at the same time, I feel like you keep making decisions for people that aren't. Man,
Okay, well, when we're stuck here for another day because of Flint's stubbornness,
Well, no,
then
what I'm saying is, why
you have
don't you
only
ask-
yourself to blame.
Why don't you ask the captain?
He's
Because
a man to
Louis-
talk.
What?
Because he's scary.
Hey, Captain, do you want to go across to the other ship again and break open a desk?
I can do.
Okay, but do you want to?
I am nonplussed.
Well, Zegeth seems very hard against it, so. If
Not
you
hard
would
against
kindly.
it. For assumptions, Royce. You know, I don't know.
Is that okay?
I don't think he is.
Zegeth is wondering why Ray keeps making assumptions for people. Is what he's saying. The captain's just like, okay, and just starts walking towards the way across again.
Meanwhile, I'm still poking and prodding and
Oh yeah,
I gotta
probably.
find this.
Yeah.
Gotta be something here somewhere.
As you're poking and prodding, you get like a true scope for how large the captain of your ship is. The ship that he is on is kind of made for him to be there, so you don't really realize until he walks up to the doorway where the captain is in, and he just like, all you can see is like chest, and he just like squeezes his way through, like a little bit of a cracking of the door as he just like squeezes through, and he's just crouching down on this like much too small room. You know, the room's only like 7.5 to 8 foot tall, and he's like
It's-
10. You know?
It's like when an adult has to fetch their child from the play area,
Yeah.
Yes.
He just walks
Oh,
over, he's
hello,
like,
like
Captain.
crawling
Yeah,
into the ball pit.
he
Didn't know you
walks
were coming
over
across.
and says, "Apparently, I'm needed."
Oh, I thought it was going to be Zegeth. Oh, we were trying to open this little drawer. You see, it's got some kind of catch, and I can't work out where it is. So I thought somebody with a bit of muscle might be able to just break it open, possibly.
He grabs the crowbar off. Actually, I'm assuming Ray came back as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, grabs the
Giving
crowbar off
Zegeth
Ray,
a
which
stink eye.
looks like a toothpick in his eye, in his hand.
his
Shoves
eye?
it. He said stink eye. He shoves it in the edge of the thing, and then just goes clunk, and it immediately pops, but the desk doesn't open. Just like so you know how a desk, a drawer, sorry, will have the square boxy bit and then like a panel on the front, which is like
Yeah.
a lip around. It just pops off that edge of the lip and doesn't open it.
Oh.
It's just like the edge of the front of the drawer just goes ponk and just comes off.
So just the edge, or the
Just the
or-
edge of the front, not like the whole front.
So can we see inside now?
Nope. So imagine like 4 sides of a box and then 2 extra lips. The box is still completely sealed. He just looks at you just like, it didn't work.
Oh.
Okay, we're not going to force it then. I've got to be honest, I am quite intrigued to know what's inside there.
Still don't think it's worth waiting around another day.
I don't know, this poor captain gave his life to protect whatever was in there.
Yeah,
Maybe
so we
he-
should let him keep his secret.
Yeah, but he might be on his way to somewhere. Like, what if it's medicine going to someone who's dying, or what if it's a message going to someone who needs a message?
I don't think he'd locked that away and guarded it with his entire life.
What do you think? What do you think he'd guard with his life?
I don't know. A precious heirloom of his own?
You wouldn't
Maybe
die.
there's just a fork
to-
stuck in
You
there.
wouldn't die to save an heirloom, would you?
Depends on how important it is to him.
Captain, do you think you could take this desk back over to the ship, to our ship?
Not
I just
easily.
love the idea that it's not actually intricately protected. It's just that there's like a fish slice stuck in there.
I mean, that's the most
Like a
secure
fucking
lock that you can
fucking
have.
drawer.
Oh, yeah. I'll try jiggling it.
I could, but it wouldn't be hugely successful.
How do you mean? In what way?
It would be
Might
a
struggle
struggle.
to get it through the door at least.
Well, I think we should hang on and Barty can ask him tomorrow.
Okay. He just like struggles his way out of the room again, like getting through the doorway. Like you could just the frame of the door like snaps a little bit open as he just crawls through, and then goes back over to the other side.
Got anything else I could use to find? I don't really want to hang on for another day, but on the other hand, I'm quite keen to see what's inside there.
I love it when Dad's like, investigation didn't work. So what else can I do?
Exactly.
Hit it.
Perception, performance. I could perform a play. I could stealthily
I
percept.
don't know if you could.
I could acrobatic it.
Does everyone else just like go over? What did you say?
You could what?
Alex, will you have the drawer be open if Mark performs an entire play?
No. But it would be impressive.
I'll sing my song.
What was Ray saying?
I'll teach you.
I said I could perform for the lock as well.
Oh.
Two-person play
now
for
if
the
two
one
of you
person
do a
play.
play, oh now.
I can make it a cup of tea.
I could do a play on words.
As much as I would love to sit here and watch Dad go through all of his skills and realize that none of them are going to help him.
None of my skills are of any use. And none of
I
my
like to
equipment's
imagine
of
all
any
of you
use
have just
apart
walked
from-
away at this point.
I
Also,
could use lockpicks.
where
to
did you
just
say
like
Bartlett
keyhole.
is? Is he still in the ship?
Say again.
Where's Bartlett at the moment?
So I was in the cargo hold. I was wanting to be looking for something while all this was happening.
Ah, I will get to that then. Yes, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
And I have an idea for what you could do, but I can't say anything because I don't know any of it.
Whilst we'll switch over. Do me an investigation for the like all the cargo that's all stored up in there.
Cool.
And
What I'm specifically looking for as well, because you mentioned papers, I'm looking specifically for a shipping manifest
Mhm.
as well. So I'm the only one. Am I still within 30 feet of the others, or am I too far away?
Where you are currently would be below where they are. So yes, technically yes, you would be.
Still getting my emboldening bonnet. Oh, much better.
You have to tell me the number.
25.
25. You don't find a shipping manifest, that's for sure. You find that a lot of it is very uninteresting. But with a 25, there is one sort of like key something. Sort of hidden around, like inside of one of the big crates. There's like a lot of padding, and inside of that crate is another crate, that inside of that is a metal box, that inside of that is another like smaller box, probably about the size, the sort of size that would hold an apple, like an average sized apple, with the apple touching all the sides. But all of these layers are open. What? What'd you say?
Is there Russian writing all over it?
No. All of these layers are open. Like some of them pried open. Like the metal one you can see was like forced open by something pretty strong. And it's just empty. But like it's very interesting. Like the metal box, you can tell has all sorts of like it has like gold inlay. It looks very fancy, very expensive, and also like you can tell the locking system on it was very intricate and very clever. Had been forced open, so evidently wasn't good enough. But like everything just seems very interesting. But most interestingly, on the outside, on the very outside box. In fact, no. On the one inside from the outside box, it says the outside one says from Caramanthea. The inside says property of the royalty of Caramanthea.
Yikes.
Caramanthea, where's that?
Caramanthea.
Mm.
and so whatever was in there was missing, had been taken.
Yeah, like all of the layers have been opened, and then the smallest box is like a nice sort of clay sort of box with feet and like padding on the inside, but like there's nothing inside anymore.
And okay, that's fine. No, you said there was no shipping manifest. Was there anything that said the name of the ship?
No.
Okay, cool. So once I've taken my time to do that, I will head to find the others, presumably the captain's quarters.
Yes, as they're fiddling around. You start to walk towards the captain's quarters, and this gigantic figure comes out, and you get almost like your heart just like skips for a second as you think something gigantic, and you realize it's the captain.
Or your fur bushes up and you're like,
Yeah.
How's it going in here, guys?
Oh, well,
not
Barty.
great.
trying to get this blasted drawer open. I can't work it out.
Okay.
I think we're going to be here for another day.
Unless you've
We
got any
not-
ideas.
we really don't have like an axe or something.
Did,
On the
did
ship.
I'm about to blast the desk if this doesn't work.
But you might break what's inside if you do that.
Yeah, I know, but then
I
at
don't
least
think an
Flint's
axe would work.
curiosity will be.
You don't think that
Swayed.
an axe would work on a wooden desk?
If a minotaur with a crowbar can't open it, I don't think an axe is going to open it.
did
But it,
is it if it's still in the 10 minutes, Alex? Is anything in here showing up as magical?
Nothing
If it-
important. Nothing important.
Cool.
what about
Um,
anything frivolous?
Did you look in the captain's pockets?
No, I can't say I have. I'll gingerly search. the
Also,
captain's
you
pocket.
still have an investigation to do on the desk because you haven't done it, Bartlett, if you wanted
Say
to.
again?
Bartlett could still do an investigation on the desk if you wanted to because he has not.
That's true.
Sure.
Make it a
Did I
good roll.
investigate the desk? I feel like I did, but
I think you
maybe I
did.
didn't.
21.
No, you didn't.
I
Ray
did.
did, and I did. 21. That's better.
With the 21, you...
What's this button here that says push to open?
Yeah. he turns the handle and opens it. No,
Yeah.
no, you have a little look
It was
around.
actually
Oh,
a
that's
push
interesting.
drawer.
Are
But-
these IKEA instructions?
You look at the sort of the front face of it, and you see the handle and all this kind of stuff. But you realise that the handle itself, something just like calls off to you. You're like, well, this is interesting. You realise that though there is nothing to press or like pull or anything like that, the sort of inner crest of it has a shape that almost looks as though something should be inserted. It's not a keyhole by any means. Because you can see the back of it, like it's like an inverse dome, just a bit more fancy. But like there's bits around the edge that look like they could be pushed or like little tiny holes and such. It just feels like something should go there, but you have no idea what. It is an oval shape, just a lot more fancy.
How big?
I reckon if a bottle cap was an oval, a little more oval, so cut off the edges a little bit more.
I'm going to look at the captain's hands and fingers if I can see where they've gone, and see if he's wearing any rings.
So on his hand, he still has one finger on his left hand, which is his first finger, no thumbs or other fingers. And on his other hand, he still has two fingers, which are his last two, little finger and ring finger. But they aren't wearing any rings.
I was gonna say I feel like whoever had tried desperately to search the desk would have taken the rings if there were any.
And there's no fingers lying about on the floor with rings on.
You haven't searched around the room to look for fingers with the.
I will search around the room to look for something which
Give
is
me a
oval shaped
perception.
and about the right sort of size.
Give
I'm
me a
looking for
perception.
Jewels, gems,
And or a
Amulets.
finger.
Give me a perception.
something in his hat, something around his neck. Perception.
While Flint is looking at that,
Ah, missed.
world question.
That's better.
Just because I don't think it's come up. Yeah, I don't think it's come up yet.
Yeah.
How familiar is the world of Gel with the concept of magnet?
That's a good question.
I reckon magnets are a thing. Magnets are, I think, probably perceived as magic. In
I
concept
mean, compasses
of...
presumably exist.
Yeah, there'd be magical stones, is how they would be perceived. And they're not used excessively, but there is such thing that exists that you would be like, oh yeah, magnets. That's one of those those magic stones, you know?
So that's the world of
Lodestone. Lodestone, they came, didn't they?
How familiar is Ray with the concept of magnets?
Probably unknowingly, Ray would be much stronger. Would recognize magnetism stronger, but probably wouldn't call them magnets or think of it the same way.
I would like to describe a magnet and see if you can create one with your prestidigitation thing and wave it around in front of the drawer to see if something clicks.
And while you're doing that, I rolled a 24.
You're on a 24. For Ray, when he's talking about like magic stones that attract things, you do think of magic, but you think more of like there's gigantic sort of there's patches and like areas of like big rocks and such of where you're from that metals and other particular types of things sort of feel a pull towards. You don't have like a magnetic north because, or what would be the equivalent, because if you go around the world there's just like hot spots of what you are thinking is what he's describing as magnetism.
Okay, so I'll try to make a smaller version of that.
Yeah, and you wiggle it around. You can hear things sort of like clunking and clicking and sort of moving, but nothing like opens.
It's a right idea, but wrong shape.
So there's metal stuff in there that is.
Meanwhile, Flint.
Actually, she
Hmm?
would believe that wouldn't work because not supposed to be able to create any magical items with prestidigitation.
Oh, true.
Only
Actually, yeah,
non-magical
yeah.
items.
Mm.
Well,
So let's pretend that didn't happen.
does she still try?
I guess, yeah.
If you still try, then it would work. You would create it.
I don't know what you can and can't create because I don't have that spell.
Yeah, it's supposed to be non-magical, but I guess this one is an exception. Or maybe it's not.
Maybe it's just
That's
because
too much
you're
to think
just-
about right now.
Maybe you're just super strong.
Meanwhile,
It's true.
Meanwhile, Flint, as you're searching around, just in the corner, just kind of gross, is just a finger, just lying there, and wrapped around it is a ring, a large ring in an oval shape with all sorts of fancy frilly bits.
Haha! Ugh. I will very gingerly take the ring off the finger.
There's an absolutely lovely sound as you take it off.
Some skin comes off with it.
Yeah, it's all nasty.
Ugh.
Prestidigitate.
Yeah, I was gonna say first to digitate it.
Can somebody clean this up, please?
Yeah, you clean it. You clean it. You clean it.
Oh, that's better. Thank you. Oh dear. Right, I'll try and fit it into the shape in the drawer.
It fits very nicely. Clunk.
Does the drawer open? I'll sort of push and twist.
Well, you put it in and the drawer doesn't open, but when you twist, it goes clunk.
It's gone a clunk.
It
That's
has
good.
gone a clunk.
Now can I open it?
Yes, you can.
Ah,
Roll initiative.
It's empty.
Roll initiative.
oh god, the pirate crew's in there.
When you open it,
Honey, I Shrunk the Pirate Crew.
when you open it,
Yeah.
when you open it, it's a really weird situation. Or like, it's just not what you expect. In that you open it and like these like metal, it almost looks like a metal zipper but bigger. As you open it, they sort of like open as it comes out. So like it's this, and you realize like this entire drawer is lined with thick metal and this like opening sort of intricate metal sort of situation. In that, if you dropped it off the edge of the side of the boat, you would have just had a metal
it wouldn't
box.
break open.
And you probably would have
And
been in more trouble.
anti-magic is now emitting and the ship falls out.
Yeah. It goes, and inside is just a book that on the front just says shipping manifest. Manifest or
Ah.
manifest?
I was looking for that. It wasn't with all the shipping stuff.
This guy really locked
No,
the
no, it
book
doesn't
away.
say it doesn't say shipping manifest. It says zipping manifest.
He really locked a book in.
So take it out and have a
this
little look.
box.
You take
Yeah,
it,
but-
look,
yeah,
and
well,
it
well,
is.
Kick it open.
It
I
is.
tried.
Find a box
Looks
that had like the stuff that signifies like the royal family for Carmanthia, and we approached this. It would have been. You said it was hovering, but it was pointed in the direction we were coming from, right?
It was pointed in the direction over towards. Let me get the right place. Over towards between Demore and Ferron Minor, sort of that kind of direction.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Not the way I was thinking at all. Then
fair enough.
And you are currently like a little bit above Tellurran.
so I think that they were like shipping something for Carmanthian royals, and it's been
Towards Thanos Island.
The other thing, I'll give you a little bit of a hint as well. From what you could tell as you were searching through the cargo, it feels as though very, very little else was stolen. Maybe it was some like food or like something that looks like some nice fancy gold coins, but like very little else was stolen.
Except their lives.
Well, yes.
Nice. And his fingers. So, is there any reference in the manifest to what was in this?
So you're looking through what is probably the most boring book you've ever read. That just basically just says like it's date, company, payment, location, from, to, timing. Like just like each line is just boring stuff. But of the most recent cargo, one of them does say from from the location. It says from Paden Island, but it says owned by the Carmanthian royals. To Stannis Island.
Okay, so
Oh,
it's going
no.
from
Oh, no.
Wait, say that again. Sorry. Say that again.
Well, so it's going from that
No way.
to that.
Yeah.
Greg, what's Greg losing his gourd over, huh?
I think I just realized what item this was.
What? What?
Hold on. I'm looking back for it. No.
Well, while Greg's
God, I
collecting,
hope I'm right.
Losing his entire fucking mind.
Yeah.
I've never been to Stannis Island. What?
Neither have we, I don't think.
No, never been.
Ray
the process-
wouldn't fucking know.
I'll go on, but just because you're going to explode if you don't, I'll allow you to meta a little bit.
Yeah.
Does the shipping manifest at all describe this as a green and gray stone with a white X carved and painted that is apple shaped?
It doesn't describe what it is.
Oh, okay.
You did
Is
say
that what
it
it is?
size to hold an apple, though, didn't you?
Yeah, that's what triggered it for me.
Well, I got
And
no idea.
Stannis Island had those goblins that was looking for these things.
No, that wasn't
were
Stannis.
apples.
That wasn't. That was.
That wasn't Stannis, was it?
Saroth.
That was
Saroth
Permis.
and Permis Island.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
it's
shall
not
Hold on.
I ask King Bragan? Because he probably wants to know that his stuff's been stolen.
well, yeah, we should at least tell him it's gone. Whatever it is.
I will send a message to King Bragan.
He's going to find it very suspicious that we're constantly all up in his business.
Is that some vernacular that's been picked up along the way by Unit? All up in his business.
All the piece.
King Bragan, I'm going to say, hello, King Bragan.
Hello, King Bragan.
Were you shipping something from Padden Island, 10 words, to Stannis Island? If yes, it has been stolen.
If not, never mind.
By us.
We, 20 words, found cargo. Is airship one word?
Ship.
If you say it really fast.
Crew
Oh, Saroth.
dead. 25.
That was a janky sentence. What you get back is actually kind of interesting. It's just
Play Despacito.
what? It's
Yeah.
just thank you for the information. I will be looking into this.
It's because you said hello, King Bragan, like Siri.
Hello, King Bragan.
Hey Bragan, play Despacito.
Play Despacito.
I'll let the team know, and then I will send back to King Bragan with another sending, and I'll say, glad to help. What is it? Maybe if we see it, 11 words, we can return it to you. Hope you are having a nice day today.
He says, do not concern yourself with the item. With
Don't
no
worry
offense, this is larger than you or your party. It will be dealt with.
Oh, hello.
I swear to God, if it's that goblin's apple rock, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Gobble apple, Rob.
He told us not to worry about it. So I guess if we see it, just ignore it. Whatever we think this thing might be.
Honestly, him telling me to ignore it makes me want to not ignore it.
It makes me want to know.
He said that it's going to be dealt with, so presumably some people with much better magic and fighting and stuff than us are going to be on the case now. Or people who just have to pay not as much, potentially. Maybe he'll get in touch with Etch and send him. I'm sure he knows this.
I think we're a pretty big deal, actually, so I don't know why he's not asking us to help.
Maybe it's a publicity thing. Maybe it doesn't look good if he keeps hiring a group called the Strangelings, full of people who.
He doesn't know that that's our name yet.
No, I think we told him.
Did we?
Yeah.
Elsie probably did.
Oh yeah.
So look, I think we need to bury the bodies.
We're on
You-
the ship.
Just
I think
throw
we need
them
to
off.
take them-
There's another. There's another from your pocket. Hello.
Again.
Oh
Don't
wait.
answer.
Hello.
No, don't pick up.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
I'll just hold it out and not do the thing.
I'm trapped in a box.
He's holding
He's
it
being
out.
weird today.
Hello.
I'm gonna give you the ear, Marty.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, hi. Hello. Yes.
Mm.
Hello. Sorry. Was I pressing the right button? I don't know if you could hear me.
We've managed to get into that desk.
Oh, good.
And, with a shipping manifesto, it looks like there's something missing which belongs to the king, King
Hmm.
Bragan.
Not to interrupt. The captain's made a little bit of a comment. Said it a little bit more passively than I would have. Apparently, it may be worth checking how much power's left in the ship. At some point, if it's been hanging around for a week, it may just drop out of the sky.
Right, Joe. See you in a minute. Let's go,
Well,
chaps.
let's go then.
Would Flint, can you ask Zegith to ask the captain if there's anything he can do about like towing it? Like, would he be able to tow it to the city so that we can return it to its merchant fleet?
Isn't it bigger than our ship?
Yeah,
but-
wouldn't we need double
Are
the
we
power?
able to? Are we able to
Why don't we go over there and ask him in person?
tow a ship that is bigger
That's-
than our ship that might potentially not have power?
I don't know how the
I like
magic
that plan. I'm going. I'm not sticking around anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
leave.
I think we've done what we can. I wonder whether we can land it or something. I mean, I really do feel a bit bad about just leaving the bodies to rot away, though.
I'm really concerned that you might be inside the ship whilst it falls to the ground.
No reason to feel bad.
That's okay. I can turn into.
We
a
didn't
bird.
do anything to it
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
aside from take this nice vase.
But I'm gonna leave the ship now.
Yeah, I'm going to head back over, but I'm going to go and talk to the captain.
Yeah. Are people staying on the ship, or are you all?
No.
Oh, hell to the no.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, while we've been having this conversation, we have unknowingly been plummeting to the ground. At this point, we just hit the ground and died.
You go outside and you're like, huh? Why have they gone up in the air?
Hey, look, I never saw those trees alongside us before. They're getting taller.
Oh, is that a wine field?
You wander across to the other side, and Zegith and the captain are still up at the helm. The captain's still fiddling with certain things and twiddling knobs and pushing this and that. As you walk up.
Oh, Captain, I don't want to interrupt too much or anything, but I was just thinking, those poor souls on the other ship there, I feel a bit bad just leaving them. Is there any way of sort of landing the ship maybe, or so we can bury them? I mean, their ship, not our ship.
These ships are not designed to land on the ground. Possibly
What-
the
what-
water.
What do you do if the power goes out then?
To avoid the power going out.
You fucking die.
Then perish.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine, okay. Any way of telling how long the power will last?
Well, if
There
you want to
there
go and have a
should
look
be-
at it, you're welcome to. But
There should be a gauge to inform the pilot.
I'm good. I'm gonna find a nice place for this vase instead. On this
Could
ship.
Could you possibly show me what it looks like in this ship, and then I can have a quick look over that?
It is unlikely it is the same, but it looks like this. And he points at a little sort of rectangle, sort of tall rectangle that just has like it kind of looks like a thermometer, just a level of how much is.
Okay, I'm going to go back and have a quick look. If I plummet to my death, can you sort of go and get my bits back, please?
On your way back over, I'm going to ask you to retrieve the captain's head and bring it back with you.
Okay, then I suppose. Well, at least you can bury that, I
Odd
suppose.
request.
All right.
Elsie?
I'll head back over to the
You mean
Violet?
to the helm.
Yeah, you wonder. I'm sure now you're just like walking around, just like.
Every time I hear a creak, Okay, that's fine. Okay.
You hear the engine cycling with like a, and you convinced you're falling out of the
Okay.
air. You guys
Some
on the other side.
spottering.
You're,
You're gonna die.
you guys on the other side.
You're gonna die.
You guys on the other side every now and again just hear a.
So I'll head to look at the helm area and see if I can see a similar kind of thermometer-ish sort of thing, or a gauge like that.
You're looking around trying to find what looks similar, and there is a gauge that actually looks fairly similar, rectangular. It has a measure on it, and it is so on your ship. It's a little sort of like blue line. It looks like a liquid that's like fills by via pressure or whatever. And on this one, it doesn't look like there's anything inside of it.
Okay, so it looks like it's not going to last long then. I'll quite briskly make my way to the captain. I'm not in a hurry. I don't know what you're talking about.
Meanwhile, Ray's tucking the vase into her hammock.
Get my blade out.
just tucking it in, patting it gently before it goes to sleep in your hammock.
So I'm going to get my blade out, cut through the captain's neck and tip it upside down. I'm holding it in
Sorry.
his
Okay,
hand.
listen.
Wait, what?
The captain of the dead captain
thought
of the
you-
other. Yeah.
Not our captain. Not our captain.
I was
was
like,
like,
I'm sorry, you're assassinating our captain.
Did I miss something? He just comes over to your captain and is like, bye. Yeah, you cut through. You cut through.
Oh, cat!
There's a weird, just like.
Artie was so shocked by that he made that noise.
I'm just really excited to have that head.
I beg your pardon.
As you cut through the head, it's just a noise, and then just like a clunk as it hits the spine. You're just like,
Actually, the spine that has discs between which is
Yeah.
soft. So if it's been around for a while, it would be quite.
you're
soft.
just
It would
like
come off
trying to
quite barely.
fiddle your way through it. At some point, it just goes like a very satisfying in any other situation, but very disturbing as it comes off.
This is the most psychopathic conversation we've had since
Yeah,
Since the
Elsie and the doctor
yeah.
Yeah,
and the
exactly.
apothecary. Yeah.
So I'm gonna between the blade and the hat, so I'm gonna turn it over so I'm holding it balanced inside the hat. Just hold it like that.
It's a nice Tricorn hat. It's blue.
It's blue and with red edges, I imagine by now.
Yeah.
It's kind of now a tricorn bucket, really, isn't it?
Exactly. And I'm gonna make my way fairly quickly back over to.
Yeah, you wander over just holding his head. It just smells. It's just gross.
I don't know why you want it, but here it is.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you want the hat, or can I have that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say you can have that as a gift.
Oh, thank you.
Why did you want the head?
For his
Well,
collection.
I can't speak to him without his head.
Oh, okay.
But that's true of most people, I think.
Yeah. How are you going to speak to something that doesn't have a mouth?
Good night, little vase.
But this way,
Like that.
Rosie, we need fan art. Rosie, we need fan art.
yeah, it falls-
Good
falls-
night.
I'm
Little
not sure what the
vase.
fan art would look like for this. It sounds pretty horrible.
No, not for that. For Ray and the vase.
Oh, Ray the Brass. Okay. As long as there's no heads in the
I
background. that's
ship
fine.
Ray X vase.
Raz. They.
Raz.
Ray Shao Ghul.
Oh,
No, yes. You now have a head. And the captain just sort of goes away, puts the planks away, and obviously pushes buttons that pulls back in whatever was, stopping you from hitting the other ship, and then just sort of slowly floats gently away from the ship.
I shall stand at the side and
Oh.
do another prayer to Helm as we leave.
What does
Funny enough, that's exactly what's on BBC One at the moment.
Yes.
what does Batman put his flowers in? Vase Al Ghul.
Ah.
Alex made the joke basically.
Yeah.
So,
I just brought it into existence. So you're all welcome.
No, we're not. Yes, you start floating away from the ship.
Can I just check that someone still has the shipping manifest?
I imagine someone does, yeah. Of
Nah, I just left it.
Can I put that in the bag of holding?
course you can. Shipping manifest. Oh, it does say it on the front as well, because you were asking before, that the name of the ship is the Duke. Or the Duke,
Cool.
depending on how you want to say that word.
Do it for the Duke.
Thank you.
10 points for anyone who remembers what the ship you're currently on is called.
The Falcon?
Yeah, 10 points. Simon knew, he just didn't say it in time.
Could I
counting that as
instead?
10 XP, by the way, 10 points of XP there.
Could I instead have 3,000 points of
No,
XP?
you can have, Brian, you've called me out, you can have 10 XP. You can have 10 XP each.
Boom.
Sick.
Can I have slightly more than 10 so that I can?
No,
So I
you
can have-
don't get 10 XP. You didn't say it was called the Falcon. It's only those that called it the
Oh.
Falcon that get the 10 XP.
Are you sure it's not worth 3,000?
I'm
Are you
very,
sure?
very sure.
Are you sure I
Damn.
can't have 1,000 XP so I can finally level up to level
That's a
14?
way to motivate you guys to remember things on my campaign, isn't it? If you remember it, you get XP.
I mean, if it was more than 10, I mean, I kind of just like it to have a inexplicable number later when we do level up, and it's like, why is it?
226.5.
It's like, what? Oh, I think the 0.5 was when I got half right.
The 0.5 was when I remembered the first name out of the both.
Yeah.
3 time, Alex is going to ask us what kind of hat the captain was wearing and give us a point for each corner.
Mhm.
Tricorn bucket. It was a
Well,
bucket.
no, see, Alex always gives all captains tricorn hats, so it's
Yeah.
always going to be
I
correct.
do like a good tricorn hat. Listen, a
Tricorn hats are
bicorn
good.
hat
I
looks
can't
dumb.
blame you. It's not a critique; it's
Yeah.
a compliment.
Bicorns.
Bicorns are dumb.
Bicorns. In the
I have spoken.
In the Navy, they always go front to back, the
Yeah.
pointy ones. Yeah.
They're dumb. Or wear them sideways.
Sounds like Napoleon.
Yeah.
If
so
you,
sort
if
of
you
played
skewer the captain's hat and then slather it with butter, it could be a tricorn on the cup.
Okay, we're going to stop with that. As you float away from the other ship, you can almost see now that you're at the back, like the back engines look dimmer, and every now and again like fluttering a bit more and like spluttering, and it does look a little bit like it's like you couldn't feel it, but you can see from a little distance it does look like it's sagging a little bit on one side, like it's
Oh, no.
it's struggling to stay in the air. And as you gently sort of start to
Sagging and then it just deflates, just goes.
as you start to float away from it, you just hear this quite loud as like all of the engines just suddenly and the whole thing just starts slowly flying, tipping out of the air. Due to the weight of it, kind of stays a little bit sort of like sideways and tilts backwards because of the cargo, and then just like you're like a good 600, 700, 800, 900, really high up in the air. You just see it sort of like through like a layer of clouds just going, and there's just really subtle. There's this really subtle delayed as it hits. You see it hit the ground, it just like a load of like dirt and dust and stones and everything just goes everywhere, and then you just hear this.
While it's falling, just for the hell of it, can I try divine intervention?
Sure.
What's that?
Right.
It's I talk to my god time.
Oh,
It's
And they
like to
could
save that.
it's a save
Possibly.
the ship. You want to do
Doesn't
this?
It doesn't work. Save it. Oh, never mind. No, it just into the ground.
I wasn't too far off though. 21.
It's pretty good actually. That's pretty good.
You want to do this to save the sinking ship, but not the crew that was massacred.
You can't turn back time.
It would have been too much to resurrect all of them.
Oh, what is it? I don't know what the limits of it are. I don't know what it does.
So the limit is basically whatever Alex feels is appropriate for
Yeah.
whatever the request.
It's like a wish spell light.
Yeah,
It's-
so
it-
it
yeah.
could be as simple as just a cleric spell happens that has like an effect that would match, or it could be the hand of God reaches down and plucks it from the
Oh.
earth.
And if God reaches down and bitch smacks your enemy.
Yeah. It's basically whatever. It's, hey DM, can I have this? And DM goes, maybe.
Just if I'm feeling mean. Yeah.
And then you're all crushed by giant rocks.
So yes.
That's fine.
It's sort of, I guess you could have like pause for a second as it hits the ground. It would be a little bit like a very dramatic moment. It didn't seem to hit anything like on a main road or any of that kind of stuff. It's just
We all turn around and put on sunglasses.
yeah, it's a electric
All
guitar
that
screeches.
for a 1 on a D100.
Yes.
Turns out we couldn't have waited a day.
No.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah.
Well, I mean, you could have gone down.
It would have
That
been
would
a
have
lot
been
harder to
highly
find the.
excessive.
It would have been a lot harder to find the key thing for it, though.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, it
yes.
really would have.
Well,
And your ship.
onwards to Philan.
To the north?
Hmm?
To the
Then
north?
onwards to Philan.
Towards,
Onwards
uh,
to Finland, yes.
Island.
Finland, yes.
Falan.
Finland.
Philan.
Flan.
Yes. Finland.
To the Eoyan Nullifier Cave.
Yay.
That's what I was looking for.
Yay.
Yes. Okay. So, what's happening? Oh yeah. So you just start floating away from the damage and wreckage, which wasn't your fault for once.
Yeah,
Yay.
we did our best
Thanks for once.
to help.
Zegith thought, like,
You know what he means.
Zegith sort of wanders over and says, "Well, what did you just get the shipping manifest? What happened?"
Well, basically, yes. It looks like they were attacked by somebody, pirates or something. I mean, everybody was still in their hammocks. They were all killed. They stole something from the. They stole something from the hold. I was just thinking they were very keen to get into the this drawer in the captain's desk, which we managed to open, and it had the shipping manifest in it, which we still got. I was just thinking, if they'd already stolen the thing, why do they need the shipping manifest so badly?
Well, I'd imagine the shipping manifest would have said where it was, but they may have found it otherwise.
Possibly.
It's also
Or maybe the
possible
shipping
they didn't know
manifest.
the shipping manifest was in the drawer and they thought that it was something else.
Maybe.
That's true.
I just thought, this is a locked drawer. I want to know what's in it because that's what we did.
But then why was the captain, if it was just a shipping manifest, they were going to find it anyway, why was the captain so keen not to give it to them? I don't understand.
Chances are low, I guess. I don't know. Maybe
Maybe there's
they,
a
maybe the captain wasn't quite as successful as you give him credit for. He might have just told them where the item was.
It's possible, I suppose.
I mean,
Anyway,
from the
whatever it
looks
was,
of
it's
him,
gone.
something went
And
through
the-
his head.
Sorry?
From the looks of him, something went through his head.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
Lord knows what, though.
the ship manifest say what merchant company the ship belongs to.
No.
Well, maybe tomorrow, Bart, you can ask him.
Yes, yeah.
Oh yeah, I can. Tomorrow.
But anyway, we found the manifest. We found there's something belonging to the king of Caranthia's was on the ship, but it's gone now. King knows about it, and he said for us not to worry. So for the moment, we're not worrying.
Yes. Although I'm not sure we're going to get any information out of the king without Etch around.
Oh, you can always get in
You're
touch with
probably right.
Edge, but I mean, not much we can do really, apart from. No.
I always feel bad
nothing we
asking
can do.
Etch. It seems as though he, he'd sort of finish his chapter in the story.
What story?
The story of us.
What story?
I thought we decided against writing the book.
Which is generally, the legacy, the idea of just us, generally. Written or unwritten.
Hmm.
No, you've lost me.
Well, onwards, I guess. At least you weren't attacked.
True. We'll have to
Well,
keep an
you
eye out for.
Now you had to say it, Zegith.
True.
If we see any pirates, we'll have to ask if any of them have stolen any good apples recently.
So, you said something about... Actually, did any of you say out loud the idea of it being the thing that you saw before?
No, I have no idea about that thing.
Hmm? What thing?
Actually, the only people who would know would be
Me and
Flint and
Flint.
Unit, yeah.
right?
yeah, Unit and Flint.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if it hasn't been said out loud, then fine. He was going to comment on it, but he was around after that, so he would have no idea as well. Great.
That's true.
Yay!
I wonder what was so important to take out an entire ship.
Well, the king wouldn't tell us. I don't know.
It implies to me that it's either very powerful, very expensive, or very important. Or some
All three
combination of all
Or
three.
all
All
of
of the
them.
above.
Which is
Most things
concerning.
that are one of those are also the other two.
Well, if they were looking for riches, I should feel like more things would be stolen, right?
Well, exactly. I mean, it looks like that was what they're after, and they got it.
So it's
I don't know,
either...
it is also worth mentioning that, you know, if you see something that's got a box with like royal stuff on it, it's a fair bet that that's rich. But the rest of the stuff in there was just like crappy vases and stuff, right?
Excuse me.
And one particularly nice face. Pass.
Thank you.
Yes. Which now has been stolen.
By us.
Pirate, Ray.
Is the... Wait, if
I'll
she's
be
a
nicer
pirate,
than those people.
She's a pirate, Ray, implying that she's maybe stealing Blu-rays? No, never mind.
I think a pirate ray is the kind of thing you use to attack pirates when they come towards you.
Yes, well, it feels like one of those things that we could be concerned about, but at the same time is probably... I don't think we're really into, world-ending events and being a part of potential issues. What I'm saying is, if it is big and powerful, it's not our problem. Well, not yet.
The king
at least.
told us to stay away from it. That we're
Exactly.
not powerful enough.
I think more to the point, we got absolutely no idea where to go. We know where it was going, and that's all.
Yeah.
We don't know where it is. We can't find it. We got no hint as to what we're looking for, even. So,
Maybe it's
there's
just
no much
someone
to
who
do,
likes to steal small apple-sized objects from places.
Wait, if I'm a pirate, should I wear that hat?
You could do, but you might want to clean it first.
I
of
wouldn't
course.
recommend it. It's a bit mucky in places.
Oh, I'll clean it first, of course.
Oh,
Or I could
in
just
that
make a fake one and
Can I have,
We'll have-
if you're taking the hat, can I have a bucket to put the head in?
do you need the map as well? Yeah, a bucket. I'm sure there's buckets sitting around here,
Oh,
right?
there'd be a bucket. Like, you'd have
Well,
to go
the-
down and get from a storage room, but yeah, there'd be a bucket
What does
in here.
that tricorn one from earlier?
No, that's what we're talking about.
Oh. Well, it's a bucket for itself.
They're literally talking about replacing the tricorn hat, which is currently being used as a bucket.
Oh, wasn't really paying
I'll go
attention.
find a
I can
bucket.
tell.
I'll be right back.
You do find a bucket. And you do get the hat, and you do clean it off, and it is far too large for you.
Dang it.
Is it big enough for me?
It looks adorable. Yes, it would be for you. But it looks adorable on Ray's head. It just sort of like comes down a little bit too low. And you're probably convinced that you're like, oh, it fits, it's fine, I can wear this.
This will work.
It's a little large.
I'm the fearsome pirate of the skies, right?
Well,
yeah, that's very, very nice. Very nice. I would save it for special occasions. I would.
why don't you just cut some holes out? This is, like, if I was going to do it, I would cut some holes out for my ears so that they would kind of poke out. But you've got horns, so why not cut some holes so that your horns go through and that will secure it in place?
I mean, I can just kind of shift it and kind of fit it between them. It's a little tight fit, though.
Either way. Tricorn. You're squidging it so it now looks a little bit more like a bike one.
Yeah. The back has two tails instead of one.
Well, I guess we move on. And with that, let's have a break. For 10
Yeah.
minutes.
Right, you are.
As you have anti-pirated or post-pirated. Post-pirate. You're post-pirates.
I saved a
Are we
vase
stealing mail now?
from imminent destruction.
Indeed.
Yeah. I've got to ask,
I mean-
am I missing something with this vase?
Nope.
No,
No.
It's just pretty.
No.
We saved a vase and we saved a book.
Yes.
Hashtag
And the
ADHD.
captain's head.
And the
Well,
captain's head.
head's going to be annoyed if we haven't kept the rest of them, I imagine.
Yeah.
Ray literally has ADHD. It's literally,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sounds about right. 10 minutes time, we shall be back. And we shall enjoy... my BRB. I'm driving in a second, so... yes. At 10 past.
Lovely. I'll see you
Alright.
all at about 10 past.
Yeah. Hello. That was the wrong screen to start with. Hi, Limey. Welcome back. Watching from a bath. I see. Can't blame you. Can't blame you at all. Don't drop your phone or whatever it is in the bath. I feel like this would have very negative consequences. It's exactly the exact reason why I wouldn't like do anything electronic in a bath is because I'd end up ruining something. Even if the thing that I'm holding is waterproof, I guarantee you I'd still manage to water damage it somehow or another. I just would. It would just happen. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. But I don't know if Purdy, if you're still watching, you still there? I don't see you in the. No, I don't see you in the thing. I assume you're very busy. I'm on day 10 course of 8 antibiotics for my throat, and I feel shit. I'm sorry that you feel shit. I really am. I know the kind of feeling where it just feels fruitless and annoying, and you know. But it will get better. The fact that you're on antibiotics means it will get better, and you will be feeling better, and everything will be right as rain, just in time for summer, maybe. One hopes. But until then, buy yourself chocolate and feel sorry for yourself, and you know, all that, because you deserve it. Meanwhile, we'll just, you know, live in a fantasy world where nobody gets ill, except Elsie is ill. So that doesn't make any sense. It's an easy way for Elsie not to be here. I just gotta wait for them to get back. Tut tut, eh? Tut tut.
They'll never come back.
They'll never come back. Exactly. The fact that you're sitting there is even worse. Can't do chocolate, burns my throat. In which case, inject it straight into your veins. Probably a bad idea. You could... I mean, gummy sweets or something, maybe. Ice cream? Ice cream might be quite nice, actually. With some, like, Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Maybe that'll make you feel... Ah, there you are. Hello.
I have returned.
I have returned.
Sorry to hear your throat's in trouble.
So how about that ship, though?
We leapt in to save them and help them. And we were only a week or so late.
Leapt in. Tentatively stepped along.
No, I was quite quick, stepping along quite quickly in the last bit when I realised the whole thing was like
You were
crashing
leaving
moment.
quickly, yeah. Yes, it would have been difficult if it had gone down whilst you're waiting. Imagine to the middle of the night, you're just waiting. Shit.
It's
Yes.
some olden time Dido playing.
Yeah.
I will go down with this ship. I won't do any more than that, because that perfect rendition will get us copyright strike.
Well, it already... Well, we don't
Second
actually...
that,
We're not
Autumn was
earning any...
actually playing some original music. But...
We can't be copyright struck technically because we're not earning from this. It's not profit-based.
Oh, really?
Not yet. We could be if we did more. The thing is, we're at a level where we need to take a big step that takes up a lot of time that I don't have. So, you know, we could be affiliate on the thing. We just need to do an extra couple streams.
When you have to get up every morning and go to work, oh wait, I don't.
I
Yeah.
do. Oh, right. Should I say to Mark about the thing I messaged you earlier?
We'll talk about it at some point. It's no major thing. Missing some sessions would be a big issue.
No.
It's for a good reason.
Should do
I-
what-
I would rather not have to miss any sessions, but I may not get a choice.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we?
That's a worky thing to me.
Yeah.
It's a good worky thing, but
Don't you just love
Good
it?
worky things are better than bad worky things. That's true.
Inherently, yes, they are. Inherently.
I'm the new Duke of Edinburgh, so
I
thought-
see.
days ago, so
Fair enough.
Yeah, who
So
would
there's
be the Duke of
scheming
Edinburgh
to
now? Who is the Duke of Edinburgh now? Or is that remaining to be seen? Who's the Duke of Edinburgh, or is that remaining to be seen?
Well, I tell you who. Can I tell you who my prediction is? I think the idea was that Edward, as in Prince Edward, for those who don't know, who's the Queen's youngest son, he's an earl, whereas all the other two boys are both dukes. It's unusual to have an earl, and I think he was made earl because, and he also is currently the chairman or whatever of the Duke of Edinburgh scheme. And I think the idea was that when the Duke of Edinburgh passed away, that the Duke of Edinburgh title would go to
That makes sense.
to Edward. So probably he will end up as Duke of Edinburgh.
Yeah, fair enough.
It doesn't have to go to anybody. It isn't like an inheritance.
No, I know. I was just wondering if it would, if it already had or would or whatever.
Not as far as I'm aware, but that's my guess. My guess is that it would probably go to Edward. That's why
Yeah,
he's
fair enough.
yet.
Just kind of catching up on the news of the thing, and this is like a little bit sad. It's a picture of the Queen, obviously dressed in black. She's got a mask on, but it says due to coronavirus restrictions, the Queen was forced to sit alone during the service.
That's right.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter that she's the Queen. It would be sad to be forced to sit by yourself.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
They had about 30 odd people, I think, in the chapel. Not many.
Well, he couldn't have much more than that. I mean, they have to apply by the rules, otherwise everyone else would be very
Absolutely right.
Can't set a good example if you're going against the rules.
No, absolutely right. So, the big question now is, I mean, the Queen is 96.
Yeah, so I've just seen that at the end of the service, the choir sang the national anthem. That's a fucking kick in the teeth, isn't it? Long live the Queen.
Yeah, your husband didn't, but I hope you do.
I
Well,
think
to be
you should.
fair, yeah, I was going to say, to be fair.
I mean, go on now.
99. It's,
I don't think I'll be getting any 99th birthday cards.
Oh, no, that's mostly because we don't like you.
That's true as well. Of course, but even without that.
If Philip had lived to be 100, would the Queen have had to have written him a letter?
So here's the thing. The Queen probably would have given him a birthday card anyway, because, you know.
I imagine so, yeah.
But also you have to
Nowadays-
apply for it, because too many
You have
people are
to
getting it.
apply now,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
just get it. You have to be like, can I please have one? And it's not necessarily the Queen, because too many people are turning 100.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Exactly.
I do
But
like
no,
to imagine the Queen will send herself one, though.
well, that's a good question.
That'd be kind of amusing.
Happy birthday to me.
Order herself a pizza to Buckingham Palace. Anyway, should we go back to the session? We should, shouldn't we? Yes, I agree.
We can. We can do that. We can sessionize.
I think Greg's there. I heard him crunching.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
I can see
Didn't want to interrupt.
the green
It's
edge.
a subject I know nothing about.
What do you mean? How do you not know anything about the British royals?
Well,
Honestly,
let me tell
sorry.
you. So let's start off. Where should we start?
Okay, I'm going to serve a mute my father whilst we move on. So, before the break, the team floated across the bottom of the deep and grimy sky and found an abandoned cargo ship, it seemed. After searching around, found that it was in fact a cargo ship where all of the crew had been killed, possibly in their sleep, and it seemed as though the captain had been tortured for finding one individual item that had then been stolen. The king of Caramanthia seemed to own this, or previously seemed to own this, and was informed and seemed concerned but not vocal about what it was, and then they put on their sunglasses and flew away whilst the cargo ship fell to the ground and exploded.
It did in a crunch of crunchiness.
Yes. Probably quite like a blue flame as well because of the magic. It would have been very impressive.
Maybe we should have rescued some of the batteries for the captain. Could have...
Sold the
Wait, no.
I
parts.
think
strip
they
it
were all
down.
out of juice.
Yeah,
Strip
I
it
feel like
down.
if he wanted to,
I imagine that's chargeable. You know, I don't know. How do you charge a magical battery?
Well, you'll find out at some point, won't you? Otherwise, you're going to fall out of the sky.
put it in magical power supply.
Yeah. Plug it in with a magical 3-pin plug.
Or potentially sacrifice. I don't know how these things work.
So you're floating along again, back up to full speed across the sky, and now you'd be over the land of Demarth, which might be a little bit sad for Bartlett. It is where you're from, isn't it? Is it not?
It is. Marrow in.
Yes, you might be a little bit sad about going past your hometown and say, "Oh, that's where I live," sort of thing. But zooming across the land, as I've said, I think I have a description of what the land of Demarth looks like, or that of the Fluarian couple.
It's green. I can tell from the map.
It is green on the map. Yes. What's said on here?
And it has Demarth written in big letters across it.
Yeah,
Well-
those took ages to inscribe.
Demarth is similar to that of Carmanthia, but it is warmer as it moves up towards the equator of the world. Not terribly warm, but warmer. So there's a little bit greener grass, and I think it's a little more trees, more foresty, less just big open grassland plains, but still not thick woods as you could see in other parts of the country. You can see from above there's not a massive number of cities and towns as you go up past what would be Ither, and as you get higher up, a town called Grent, and then past Marrow, but that would
That's
take
a good
another
name for a
day or two.
town.
Grent.
Grent.
Yeah, Grent.
The temperature will now be getting much more to Flint's liking.
It would be. It's getting continuously warmer and warmer and warmer and warmer. Is there anything that you guys are discussing or talking about? It's still the same day, pushing towards the evening time of that day.
Is it still Flint's preferred temperature in his new body too? Because your
Yes,
taste changed.
that's true. My taste. I now prefer much sweeter things.
Presumably you now sweat.
But that's like a personality thing. Well, you would have sweat before. It's a personality thing of do you like being hot or cold?
But like, I mean, a fire elemental type person is probably physiologically happy
He had
in
more
hot
resistance
places.
to fire, but I don't think that would have made him any more or less comfortable. It's
Elemental
just where he
adjacent?
lived. It's just where he lived for a while. Elemental adjacent.
I suppose the question is, would I experience temperature in the same way?
Yeah, probably.
So in that case, because he'd be brought up in the warm temperatures. I mean, he'd be used to Camanthia by now. He's been here for quite a while, but he'd be like, "Oh, this is nice. Nice and warm again."
So are there any discussions as you get into the end of the day?
Let's just ask, have any of you, I know, I don't know if you said you're from Demore, but have any of the rest of you spent much time in Demarth? It's a nice place.
I spent some time.
Can't
out
say
there.
I have.
I
No.
worked in a harbour front restaurant for a while in Marrow.
I've
Well,
been
that's
to
it.
Forth.
What we'll do is once we've saved all of your people, as we're going
Well,
to.
I don't know if we can say that we'll save all of my people. A fair few of them are probably.
When we save them, when not if,
Well, the second we see our city anyway.
we'll take a trip to Marrow, and I'll show you about. And Flint, you can show us where you used to work. I can show you guys where my old restaurant was. It'll be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
There's
This
also
area is
Welcome
more
to your
temperate,
restaurant.
right?
there's also
This area is more temperate, isn't it?
We're getting into the sort of warmer areas now.
Getting warmer.
yeah, right, there's a rich history, a proud people. It's great. There's the Kraken. It's all that good stuff.
The what?
The what?
Isn't
The
there
Kraken?
also a large split in beliefs between Demarth and Demore?
But more about this Kraken?
It depends on who you ask.
It's a giant
Well,
squid
that's
octopus.
brushing over.
Take a side. So,
So we should be very glad that we're in the air.
Well, unless it
Yeah.
can fly.
Well, I should say the Kraken's not like a staple. A few years ago, some sailors, said that they saw one going through the Catherine Gap, and some people said that they were crazy. But fishing was down that summer, so.
So what is the mental note? Don't go swimming in the gap. Then okay, got it.
Yeah,
Well, you'd struggle to swim in the Cathoran Gap. It's very large.
And they,
Yeah. and
I
you might
really,
get killed by the navy. So
I do like to avoid water generally. Anyway,
Hmm.
Oh, I don't know.
not something I'm in any danger of doing.
No. Like
Boats can be nice, but not unless Krakens, I don't know.
you'd have to avoid the navy and the kraken, and
Yes,
current-
that's down to that. Again, not massively into the history of the area, but they have a big navy along the gap, don't they? Stopping potential revolutions and wars.
Oh yeah, well, Damarth and Damor, so they're one country now, but they weren't always one country. It was a whole thing of like 1,000 years ago, and there was this guy who I think I don't know if some people know his name or not. If people know his name, I always just thought he was called the Kind King. That's kind of what I remember from my book learning days. So he united the two countries, and that was called Fluaria, and that's why they're called the Fluarian couple. And then, like 250 years or so later, like a few generations later, there were some princes, and they were brothers. They might have been twins, and then they split the countries for some reason, and then named them after themselves because.
They what themselves?
Hmm?
They what?
They named the countries after themselves, so they split
Oh, I
into two countries, Damarth and Damor. Named it after themselves because I guess that's what you got to do if you're a prince, and you can do that kind of thing. And then a few hundred years after that, the kings of both those countries at the time then decided to reunify again, but keep the name of each because people were just used to it by that point. But since then, there's people on both sides of the Catherine Gap that want to separate. Some people don't. Some people don't care. But yeah, so there's a few troublemakers. But you get that everywhere.
That sounds exhausting. Why would they
Mm.
carry on these outdated practices from so long ago? Just live in the moment.
Yeah, but people feel a sense of identity, and I mean, I personally think it's a load of rubbish. Like, it works well as it is. Navy keeps the peace for the most part. If there's
I'm
any
on your boat.
side to the other, so it works pretty well for the most part.
So, I have a question. But it is one country. I was going to say who owns the navy, but I guess if it is one country, it's just the general navy. And there's one king now?
Yes, one king.
Oh.
What sort of races live in Damarth and Damor?
I will rely on you, Alex, for that because I know we've said about Marrow being a port city had all sorts.
Nothing is in particular. The royal line is all human, but it's not specific.
No dwarves then.
There might be some.
Yeah, some.
Okay, that's okay. I just occasionally dwarves don't seem to. They don't seem to get on with me very much for some reason. I don't know. But perhaps they'll like me more now. I'm a bit shorter. I don't know.
I'm not sure their affiliation is based on height.
I don't know. I never
How do you think they'll feel about my appearance?
You're not a dwarf, so.
We would have no experience at Duroran. As far as we know, no dwarf has ever seen someone who looks like you.
I don't think anyone
Will
has
they be
seen
as
anyone that
welcoming
looks
as-
like you.
Well,
Will they be as welcoming as Feyluna was, though?
I don't think dwarves are very welcoming of anybody particularly.
now
apart
I
from
see
the
that's a
dwarves.
little. I think that's a little unfair, Flint. I mean, the dwarves that you have interacted with, yes, in Kugon, but I don't know about the dwarves in the Florian couple. They could be.
Small homicidal maniacs. Sorry,
Could be
Bob.
completely different. Let's not make stereotypes.
And also, your frame of reference for
Every
how
time I meet them, they try and kill me. I think that's homicidal maniac.
But you haven't met any
But
in
really
Damarth or Damor.
welcoming. Like, I had the same experience you did of, was just walking about and then suddenly dragged to a tower, put in a room, and told that some government official was going to come talk to me.
Not especially friendly reception.
It's true,
You know,
but
the
it wasn't quite the same experience I had because I got chopped to pieces twice.
Well, and I do want to put in a technicality. The second time you weren't chopped to pieces by dwarves.
Well, it's true, although he was under the and he sort of sought him under the control of dwarves. So I suppose you could say to be charitable, it was sort of partly my own fault because I damaged him the first time.
Well, do we even know if all of the knights are like that automaton? Maybe some of them are dwarves.
They're pretty tall for dwarves, if I'm honest. This is two of
Maybe
them.
they're on stilts.
It could be like goblins and hobgoblins.
Maybe it's two
Yes.
dwarves.
Maybe they're hobdwarves.
2 dwarves in a trench coat.
Exactly.
Two dwarves in some black armor, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They were just trying to sneak into a X-rated movie this whole time.
They wanted to be tall enough to ride that ride.
So anyway, I mean, to be fair, I mean, most dwarves they're a bit grumpy, but they're all right. I mean, they're honest, they're hardworking, and they're very law-abiding.
Yeah, we've met.
I would like to go there at some point.
We've met Etch's friend, the dwarf. I mean, I haven't really met him that much, but you know, some of you have, haven't you?
Nope.
I'm sure I have. and
I
can't
met
remember.
him briefly, but I don't really remember very much of what he said for
I'm
Obvious
mostly
reasons.
hung around with the ASMR.
Yeah. Yeah.
But in Kugaram, I mean, they're mostly all right. Although I suppose the problem, if they have a problem, they can be a little bit acquisitive. They like they're very, you better get a bit greedy when there's gold around, that kind of thing, and that can sort of cloud their vision a bit. That's why we had such trouble in Lisdwin with the dwarves. I think they had this in their heads that they were going to get money from the monastery.
I think that just comes down to anybody can be an asshole, really.
And that's true, but yeah, I suppose it is true. But it just seems to be if you're like that in the Dwarven Empire, you seem to rise to the top, which is a bit of a shame.
Well,
I think
I'll
that's
tell you
really the case in most places, as far as I can tell.
it's because I've met a few dwarves in Marrow that, you know, some were nice, some were not so nice. What we'll do is we'll reserve judgment until we meet some, and at that point we can just ask.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but if they do kill me again, you will sort of bring me back, won't you? No,
Yes. I will do my best.
that's very kind.
Right,
They
well,
will, of course, 'cause they're lovely.
I hate to be picking and pushing, but isn't it around food time?
Oh yes, good idea.
Any time can be food time. Do you want food now?
But it's coming towards the close of the day.
Oh, who
Yeah,
wants a cup of tea then? Cup of tea, cup of coffee, cup of chocolate. Anybody?
Mostly looking for food.
I shall take myself to the galley and begin making the evening's meal.
Making the
Could I
boring,
help?
boring food.
Sure, yeah.
Awesome.
Although I think I first have to ask Alex how many different kinds of beans we have here. If that's...
Oh no, don't do this to me again.
1.5.
1.5 variety of bean. There we go.
1.5 beans.
With rice.
Would you like to include some of the mushrooms that I brought from home?
Mushrooms?
Yeah.
No. I will do some testing with mushrooms before we put them in food, especially
That's
as
safe.
we
Look,
discover you're from
I'll take a bite.
Yeah, but I mean, you're different to the rest of us. That might be something that is specifically suited to your stomach.
I'm okay with mushrooms.
You want one unit?
Sure.
Just a little bit. Don't go too strong.
Why not?
They are slightly hallucinogenic. But they're very tasty as well.
I'm sure they're fine.
You're just gonna eat a whole one.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything yet. That's all that happens for now.
I was
I
waiting.
will be putting it in the food.
Let's not put drugs in the food. Yeah, you make the food. You sit down and have. Everyone's evening is kind of nice. You have some lovely food, a little bit of something to drink, maybe. Have a nice go to sleep, have a rest. You know, Ray mostly just watches for the night. Unit, however, you discover after about 20 minutes, you're in a position where you can see emotions in forms of colors and smells. Yep, you can see smells. And everyone is turning into amorphous blobs of non-recognizable forms, so you just don't know who's who anymore. But you kind of don't care either, and your entire brain is kind of on fire whilst everything spins around. You're pretty sure the ship is falling out of the sky continuously for hours and hours on end, and that's mostly your evening. Just imagine it on the dinner table.
It's a kind of terrifying experience for Unit, but from the point of view of everyone else, like 20 minutes from him eating the mushroom, Unit just froze, stock still, and just hasn't moved.
Yeah, literally halfway through a sentence. Unit?
He's just sitting there now.
I'll
That's
check in
why
on
you
him,
don't eat the whole one.
Make sure that he's comfortable, not like burning up and stuff.
Oh, he's burning up.
Then,
You'll talk to you with some damp cloths on you then at some point.
yeah, like 3 hours later, you wake up still at the table with just some cloths on you.
Oh,
Everyone else is gone to sleep.
I guess I'm out of practice.
No, you just continue your sentence, whatever you were saying.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying.
Zegith just walks through like, oh, hello, you're awake?
Yeah, that was something.
Where did you go?
What do you mean? Where did
Well, you
I
kind of
go?
just like, woo, phased, gone.
Yeah, that was a whole thing.
Alright, well,
Yeah, I'm not doing that again.
alright, well, as long as you're okay.
At least not for a few days.
Gotta get me them mushrooms. Zegith goes upstairs towards where Ray is probably looking over the edge again, as he seems to do like most nights now. Just sort of like chills up in the open air, looking at the stars. I think this time he just sort of like leans against the guard railing next to Ray, but doesn't really say anything. He just sort of chills there a little bit. It's up to Ray whether Ray says anything.
How's Elsie doing?
Oh, fine. She is still ill. I don't know what. It seems possibly not actually ill, but possibly sort of, convinced herself she's ill, and you know what the brain can be like.
Confusing.
Hmm.
Flint snores really loudly.
Yeah, I know, you can hear it from all over the ship. At first I thought it was part of the ship like creaking or the engines or something.
Yeah, it's too persistent for that though.
Yeah, it's strange. He's so small. How does he make such noise?
I don't know. Maybe he's doing it on purpose.
Maybe.
He's fucking with us.
Maybe. He doesn't seem to have too many cares in the world. I mean, especially since he's taken out the Black Knight.
Yeah.
Interesting little
He
machine.
focuses on whatever he cares about.
Mm.
Relentlessly.
It was an interesting machine, though, wasn't it? I mean, I've heard of Warforged before, but it's so complex.
It was terrifying.
Well, yeah,
None
that
of my
too.
magic worked.
That too. At least we're alive then.
Yeah.
Lord knows what goes into making one of those. I imagine quite a lot of machines and such to make machines and magical programming of some sort. That's completely out of my field. The kind of person
Yeah,
to make
I'm
that sort of thing is very, very intelligent.
I'm interested to see the kind of society that came up with something like that. We are going to see the dwarves at some point, aren't we?
Well, I guess we could. I don't think it's in the plans. We already went over there before, and I don't think they're particularly welcome there anymore. Well, me either. I mean, I broke out of a city that may or may not exist anymore, and the dwarves are not massively happy. I mean, the dwarves are, as far as I can tell, are very interesting. Or at least the dwarves over there, right? I don't know about dwarves elsewhere, but the dwarves in Kuguram are they're very regimented, power focused. Not like physical power, although that does help. It's more, You know, whoever's most important is listened to by everyone. Very invasive as well.
It sounds oppressive.
Yes, yes, it could be. I don't know. I haven't lived there. I mean, I only went up to Elestwin to try and investigate a magical anomaly.
Well, it looks like you found it.
I found it, and within finding it, was then promptly arrested.
Dangerous business, huh?
In its own sense, I'd kind of honestly put myself down for dying in those cages until this crew came along. I guess I owe them a bit of a debt.
Yeah, they are abnormally kind. Not what I expected.
Very trusting. Sometimes to their fault. But also at the same time, very powerful. I mean, don't think this is the norm around here. This is just not normal.
Oh boy.
Not many groups can take down a dragon with minimal effort.
Yeah, I very much appreciate that.
Yeah.
Didn't.
Assuming you have dragons, sorry, I don't know if you do.
Well, we have some odd beasts. Some look similar.
What's the most
Haven't
terrifying,
quite seen one that big.
most terrifying beast you could think of from your world?
Well, we call them unseelie. I've only heard rumors of it in like children's books and whatnot.
Hmm. Based on truth?
But the supposedly everything else written in the books are surrounded by things that we know as factual, and then just parts that a lot of people have never seen have sprinkled within. It's just described as moving sentient darkness.
Ooh.
Supposedly that's what I was helping protect against. But luckily it never came to that.
Well, let's just hope it never comes here.
Yeah, that would be terrifying. I don't know if this world would know how to deal with it.
Well, this world's dealt with a lot of things. I mean, we're all still
Yes,
here.
but my world is highly magical. More magical than this world it is. It's in everything that we do, it's all around us all the time. Not just in pockets like this world.
And yet you don't want to go back?
I would like to at some point, but I don't know. I wouldn't even have the faintest idea of how to go back. And the people there,
Hmm.
well, the world is beautiful. The people were never really nice to me.
Well, even if it did take coming millions of miles across whatever it is up there, I guess you found some people that accept you. Eh?
Yeah. So far, I'm very thankful for it.
So far, I don't think they're going to reject you. Unless you turn on them. Seems unlikely.
Don't really have any reason to.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm gonna grab some sleep. You know, us normal people need to sleep. Unlike some.
Enjoy your rest.
I will do. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Hey.
Good night. No, sorry, he's dead.
He wanders off downstairs. I don't know if there's any other conversations that people want. It just sort of rests through the night and you wake up in the morning again. Good, which is a good thing, waking up in the morning again. Generally quite a good thing.
Yes. I like
Mhm.
that. Good
Would
start,
recommend.
Ready for another day. I reckon after that entire day, you're probably approaching the coast of Demarth, sort of the northern coast towards the Ketherine Gap. And as you approach over, it's kind of strange just seeing the land disappear away. I mean, the gap between the two bits of land that you're now going over is large. You can just see sea ahead. Nothing but sea ahead. And the land just slowly fading away in the distance, you know? Almost terrifying that at this point, if you go down, you're just in the middle of the water. You know, but you keep on blasting. Gotta go blast. And
Just keep blasting, just keep blasting.
who hasn't...
Morning, everybody.
Simon, you have... I think everybody has at this point rolled the D100. So,
Yeah, I have.
Who rolled it? Just... Oh, his dad, he got a 1.
I rolled a 1, yes.
Joe, roll me a D-Hundy.
A Dundee.
A Dundee. Yeah.
He
a
muted
crocodile
as well.
Dundee.
That moves a lot. But we are left with an 87.
87. Sorry, when you said it moved a lot, I was just imagining just like a dice rolling, and then it just rolls off your desk, and then you just run away chasing it down the road. It's like, come back! No, come back!
How are you still rolling?
As you are
Not me spells.
flying above the sea, you can see something coming up ahead that is not so much of like a ship or a land or anything. All you can see coming up ahead is
A
just...
land.
Yep, a land. It could be a land.
Shall we call
is
this land?
is a pitch black and grey cloud cluster with just like what you can see from a distance, just like rain falling down. This every now and again you can see sparks between the clouds with this gigantic storm up ahead that just stretches as far left and as far right as it can. And as you're approaching towards it, the captain sort of puts on the intercom system around the ship and just says, "How keen are you to get there quickly?"
That is up to units.
Well, don't put us in danger, I guess. That would not be
We could get through the
especially
storm.
helpful.
It would not be a comfortable ride, and it would be potentially dangerous, but we should survive. I would give us a 90 to 95% chance of survival. I would also give us a 90 to 95% chance of at least one of you throwing up.
I bet on Bartlett.
I bet on Elsie.
Well, Elsie's been doing it for like days now, so.
Yeah. So it's a pretty good bet, really.
It's 100%. She's already doing it. I hear her going hot right now.
There is one other concern. Though we can wait for another day, we will be using fuel whilst hovering. I think we should be fine. But if there are
Well,
any...
what
Go
would
then,
you
I
do
guess.
if you were on your own?
I would go through.
Well, then
what
let's
would
go.
you through?
You're the captain, so I think we should do what you think is best.
Do you want me to try and get rid of it?
If you
You
can.
could do that.
Oh well.
Hold on to that like 90 to 95% chance and hope for like the 5% chance. And I
What the-
will try divine intervention.
The 5% chance. Hold on to the 5%
have-
chance that we die.
No,
Yes.
that I get something. I have an ability that lets me roll this D100. I'm gonna use it all the fucking time that I can.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah. Every day, once a day.
Right. I'll ask you whether or not this counts. I have rolled it. It has rolled into the corner and stopped because it is a ball.
It's cocked.
It has stopped on a 1. Do you want me to send you a photo?
No, I believe you.
And see?
It's just the problem with the D100 is like, cocked is like a millimeter difference.
Yeah.
Well, see, this is so. The funny thing about the D100 is the 1 and the 100 are ever so slightly larger. You'll see it in the thing because of the shape of the thing. I'm just
It's
using it
weighted.
on Facebook.
It's weighted.
It's weighted.
It's fake. Fake news.
It's weighted and we're wasted.
So, but also the
We're
chances
waiting.
of us rolling 2 1s on D100 rolls in one session are like ridiculous. So that's what it looks like. It has rolled into the corner and been stopped by the corner. So I'm
Yeah.
happy to re-roll it if you would like.
Wait, where have you put it?
I just sent it on Facebook.
Oh.
So it's not really cocked, but it was stopped. So
Provide
re-roll if you would like.
sustenance, Alex.
It's still random, isn't it?
I really want to just be like, it's fine, but at the same time, if that was like any other dice, I'd be like, it's cocked. I just hate that it's on a 1. Because here's the thing, if that was any other number, you'd just be like, it's cocked, I'll roll again. Probably. Or at least it would have been an easy decision. I feel like I have to be fair.
Potential.
Let's say you
I
have to
can,
roll
if it helps, I can. Hang on. Here's the other angle.
This is why I use 2 of them.
Yeah, but if you had the D100, you'd use
Those are
it.
D20.
Yeah, I have a D100 and I never get to
They're,
roll
they're,
it.
they're not.
They're
That was,
D-
that was
they're
a D.
D10s.
I picked the wrong two up actually. It's those two.
From that angle, it does look not
Those are my percentiles.
not directly straight upwards.
Can we see this one as well?
Yeah, it's a little, how is that more of a blurry picture? What the hell?
Oh.
Like,
I really can't tell from that. I'm not gonna lie. But then again, I'm not the dice specialist here, really.
I know Greg's noises means he agrees it's cocked. I feel like we should be
There you go.
re-rolling.
I shall
Greg.
re-roll.
It's an upsetting.
Reload.
Oh, get
Obviously,
two
you have
ones.
to
I
be
believe
so
you.
nice and honest and
I don't know.
He just drops it down on a one.
why can't we have nice things?
You do have nice things.
Okay. It has rolled into the corner, but it was much more of a finished rolling rather than jamming itself into the corner.
I feel like this may be a problem with the large
However,
dice.
Yeah.
It is only a 45. So,
I mean, by the same rules, you should
ironically,
re-roll it.
no dice.
Just roll it on the floor or something. Just like it.
Oh yeah, because rolling it on carpet's gonna
Yeah,
work
exactly.
great.
Yeah. God. I'm gonna go with a no.
Oh.
There we go.
Because we can't just be here rolling this all day whilst it jams itself in the corner. No.
Can you not just roll it on your desk or something?
I mean, the problem with that is it will probably roll off the desk.
Yeah, it's a sphere. It's not really a dice. It's just a
It
sphere.
is.
That's
It
true.
is. It's a fucking
Yeah.
ball.
It had suggestions of
Faces.
slides.
Okay. No, it
No divine intervention today.
no, unfortunately
Aw.
not.
Wait, couldn't you just divine intervention? Hey, please save units, people. Please remove this infection from the
Yeah.
world.
But
That would
Butler
be
hasn't
nice.
thought of that.
I
Please.
would if I thought that that would work.
So yes, no, you
you
Mine is
tried
not
it.
a be all end all powerful god.
Yeah, and also the plot though.
You call to your god and you get
What?
a I'm sorry, I'm not here right now. Please leave a message after the beep.
Yeah.
Uh,
Right.
The
As
beat
you
Busy
start
getting something
reading.
out the oven. Call back later.
another announcement comes over the thing. It's just like I suggest
I'm in the shower.
you hold on to something.
Oh.
As
I
the,
grab onto the
everything gets a
vase.
little bit more, just everything sort of starts vibrating. Like anything that's on a desk is sort of just like rolling,
Okay,
you know,
so,
moving
so
around.
Flinty's going to get out his flute and put it in the air like that, and then hold on to it.
Oh yeah, he's gonna hold on to his unmovable flute.
But
Wait.
he's gonna,
But you better be
Yeah.
holding on to the terror.
he's gonna press the button,
Wait.
and then hold on to it.
Won't
Does
that just keep
not mean
you
that
where you
stay
are?
where you are and the ship
Yeah.
goes?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh god.
So here's the thing.
It's not relative to the ship's
I'm
position.
gonna go for some physics in the real world which aren't necessarily related to this, but will track me into it. In the real world, if you have a remote control helicopter and put it inside of a box truck and put the helicopter in the air and then drive the box truck, the helicopter does not move backwards because it's staying in place because all of the air around it is moving it with the box truck. It stays still relative to its current sort of environment. Now, your flute is not a model helicopter.
True.
And it is
It's also
technically
magical.
it is technically just staying still in just the universe, like unmovable. And unmovable implies to me
Air's not going to move it.
exactly it's not moving at all no matter what. But at the same time, the world does rotate. So by the logic of
Yeah,
it being
it
actually
can't be-
unmovable, if you put it in place, it would go woo! It should just disappear and kill about
Yeah.
300 people. But it's all relative stuff. So I, against what I
I
usually
mean, you could
do,
argue that it's like relative to the
I-
ground or
I'm
something.
going to
I have a solution for this. Mark, roll a d100 in something that has sides and corners.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Mine's easy because I've got two proper dealers.
I'm going to leave this to fate with a 50-50 chance.
We're deciding on how physics works on Gel right now with this roll.
Well, that's right, but I mean,
No,
gotta
we're
say,
deciding how
if
the magic works.
Flint would know already about this because he can't
Yeah,
have
yeah.
never been moving
Yeah,
with
yeah.
like on a
1 to 3, it'll move with the boat. 4 to 6, it'll disappear from the boat. It's a 4.
Oh no.
He's not going to do it because you know that that's not how it works. But
Oh, okay.
you would not be able to. So what I'm going to say is it moves with the world because the world is magical. But inside the airship, if you stop the immovable rod, it would it would stay where it is in relative position to the Earth.
Tear a few
Okay.
holes in the boat.
And just go straight through the back of the boat. Yeah.
What would happen
So-
is he'd do
so
that
Mark,
and
you-
he'd suddenly be hanging in midair.
Hole in
Yeah.
the-
No, I reckon.
So-
I reckon you don't know yet, but you press the button and go, and so press that again immediately as you almost go flying
So-
through the back of the ship.
You now have a way to instantly destroy this airship at any point if you want to.
Yeah. I mean, he's always had it.
Wait, what?
Not unit.
No.
Flint.
All he's got to do is put it in front of the batteries, click it, and it'll.
Yep.
It's my
You're not unit, Flint.
Flint.
Flint, sorry, yeah.
How dare you?
I was just thinking, actually, this is an interesting thing. If I were to take down like a horse rider or
Yeah.
anything moving,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I could put it in front of them while they're. If I sneak it behind them and put it in front of them and then press the button, it'll just take the head off. Whoops! It'll just take the head clean off.
Well, it depends because I mean, if you put something here and then went forwards, you wouldn't keep moving forwards, or it would like move around it or whatever. But there would be a question of how it goes forwards. It is versatile. Anyway, the point is. You don't do that. Anyway, he says, hold on, and then the whole ship starts sort of vibrating a little bit, and it's just like 3 to 4, in fact, probably about half a day, like 6 hours just worth of just like, just like shaking, like things cracking and creaking, and then sudden thundering. There's no water coming down. You can see almost the bounds of this like magical protection, where the water just sort of like ripples over like a bubble that is invisible, and you
How's
don't feel
Concord?
the wind.
How's Concord doing in all of this?
Claws into whatever it's
Yep.
currently standing on, which is most likely Bartlett's thighs.
How?
Every time it drops, it's just like, you know?
Both Bartlett and Concord go.
Yeah. And it just constantly, like 6 hours, it just keeps on going and going, and it feels like it's never, ever going to end. And sudden drops, you know, you've been in a plane with a turbulence, a sudden drop, so it feels like you're going to fall out of the sky. And then almost as fast as it came on, it just suddenly fades away. You exit through these clouds and are in blue sky again, just happy as can be, apart from the fact that you've just hated the last 6 hours of your journey.
Yay.
Alex, did I keep the vase safe?
Roll me
Roll D100.
1 per hour. We're going to do 6 dexterity rolls
Oh my god.
in a row. You
fuck.
have to get 6 successful dexterity rolls in a row.
Bartlett could just
hate
cast
that.
the bubble thing.
And I'll even tell you that the DC is going to be a 14.
Wait, you said it's 6 successful?
6 in a row, and the DC is going to be a 14. I'll even tell you, just so you know.
Okay. First 3 hours are fine.
Well, you should do them one at a
Okay.
time for the tense nature of it all, shouldn't you?
No.
Go on.
No.
Do it. Do
Fine.
it.
The last 3
Yeah.
will be one at a time. Hour 4.
Hour 4.
Fuck.
No.
It breaks on hour 4.
So you're like keeping it.
Oh no.
It's
Oh, but
like
you can mend
it's
it.
going up and around. It's okay. You're sort of keeping
But
it
it won't
all
be magical
okay.
anymore.
And there's just a moment with the you know the who can say where the as it just like everything just suddenly jerks. It like you're holding it in the hammock and it just sort of lifts away from the hammock as you're just like. You go to grab it and it just
And then just before it hits
just-
the floor, the whole
hang on,
world
shut
goes
up,
grey and
hang
it goes.
on. As it flies into
The JoJo theme.
as it flies into the air as you're trying to catch it, it nips out of your fingertips. It's too slippy, it's too shiny. The magical nature of this has made it too
No.
slippy as it just flies into the air. There's this like fumble as you're trying to grab it. I'm sure like Zega's over in the corner going.
Am I anywhere near?
No, you're currently holding on to like some bar. Probably it would all be happening in an instant. There's no chance of being able to catch it, and it just falls slowly as you watch it go to the ground. And there's just a as it smashes all over the ground.
I have to say, I like your thinking, Mark. I enjoy the idea of using your ability to like catch arrows fired at you. Like, whoop, there you go.
I'm very dexterous. I might be able to make it.
No,
Slowly.
no, it's far too fast and
Ray
unexpected.
falls to her knees and goes, "Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Still in
God,
slow
why?"
motion.
It's all
I will
over the
cast
ground.
Mending on the vase phase.
I mean, you'd struggle, wouldn't you? Because it's like a million pieces. You have to A, find all the pieces, and B, like hold them in
It
the right
won't be
place,
magical
kind of.
still. after it comes back.
And it wouldn't be magical, yes.
I mean, I can spend some time on it if you want, but it's up to you.
That's okay.
Okay.
Oh.
She'll minor
who-
illusion the same vase in her hands.
Who wants to talk to this head?
This is when you're out of the storm.
Yeah, out the storm. You guys want to talk to a head?
Well, I'd be interested to see what he's got to say, to be honest.
That thing must be
Okay.
rancid by now, smelling just so bad.
Yeah.
Not bad before, it's only another day.
I have a question for him.
Okay. I will need to ask the question, but we get 5.
I know, I am asking the questions here.
It says.
I know.
Okay.
Okay.
So what's your question, Ray?
Hang on. So you put down you've currently got a head upside down in a bucket. so what are you gonna do with this?
No. Well,
At
I'm
least
leaving it in
another
the
right way
bucket until
up.
I've decided what my 5 questions are.
Mm.
At least do him the dignity of turning him the right way up.
We'll do that afterwards. Yeah, he's been like that all night. He won't mind a little bit more.
I just want to know where he got that vase from, so we could get another.
Well, that might be in the shipping manifest.
Oh, okay. I'll go check.
I would like to know what merchant company he was part of.
I would like to
Any
know
other questions?
what was this item that he was transporting for the king?
Yep. Question number 2.
Does he have to answer?
No. So basically, it's not basically putting the soul back in the body. It's kind of like reanimating it with what it knew in life.
Mhm.
So
I'd also be interested to know if he knows who took it.
But is
Yeah, so
is he compelled to answer correctly?
So he is compelled to answer, but it doesn't have to be truthful. So, for example, if we were the people who had killed him and he recognized us as his killers, he might say,
Yo, fuck you.
"Bugger off."
Go fuck yourself. Yeah.
But it can't learn like new information. Like we couldn't say, "Oh, the king of Carmanthe is dead. What do you think we should do?" He'd be like, "I don't know." But in fairness, that might have been his answer anyway.
What do you think about the current political socio-economic climate in? I don't know, something.
The war versus the North, yeah.
If I've got 4 oranges in one hand and
So we want to know, what merchant company were you part of? What was the item kept in the box from being shipped by the Carmanthian family?
who
And-
killed him?
Even though we were told to ignore it because we're nosy.
Who are the
Who
people
killed
Who
him?
killed you?
who killed him?
When
We don't
Well, we
need-
know roughly when. It was about a week
Hmm.
ago, a week and a day.
or how? I guess maybe.
I assume it was whatever force blew his brain out.
But I mean, in terms of if we encountered them, it might be useful to know
Oh
how
yeah, with all the crew being.
the whole crew being dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 4 questions. Do you
Alex,
want to ask about how we best maintain his hat if we're keeping it?
Keep the 5th one back just in case he says something more we want to follow up.
Oh, what is his favorite color?
That's fair. Okay.
is
Alright, in
the
that case-
location is the founding location of the vase in the maze?
My God.
You don't know what the vase is called. There's plenty of records for vases, and they will have
Shit.
particular names and like fancy, things like that. But you don't know which one it is.
There's
Shit.
not an entry for the vase. Just the vase, capital T.
What about the magical vase?
No.
Oh, Ray, I'm sorry. I've just realised why it was special to you. You wanted a pretty magical vase to put your magical gilded flower in that you're after, right? Is that what it was for?
Uh-huh.
Then I apologise for saying that it was a rubbish vase. That was
It's okay.
inconsiderate of me. I have a box for my toes. You wanted a vase for your flower. That makes sense.
I got a box for my toes, and you got a vase for your flower.
I got a box through toes.
I'll lay the head out on like a mat or something,
Just
or in like a
sideways.
bowl. I'll write him so that his jaw can move up and down, even though I don't think that's too much. And I will cast Speak with Dead.
Yeah, it's such a wonderful. Well, seeing as you usually have some kind of description of what the spell looks like / smells like.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah, so I am going to take out a few pinches of different spices from my pouch and lay them in like a 5-pointed star around the bowl. I will then take some fire, if I can light something from Flint's hands, and I will start to burn each of them in succession. And so you get the smell of the spices burning like incense.
Spicy.
And as I cast it, the flames will just kind of like maintain.
Yeah.
So
Spice and death.
it smells like, I don't know, Moroccan food.
It smells like Moroccan rotting head.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
is
why
sort
do
of
they
just
call
like
it
a
that?
sort of a bit of a like a. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of the left side of the head is kind of missing, and one of the eyeballs is hanging out from that side, and like the jaw is visible, teeth and stuff. But it's sort of just like a vague sort of like the one sort of vague eyelid kind of flaps open as it sort of looks around, just like looks around. I guess it can't. It just sort of looks forward, just like
Say, ahoy, Captain of the Duke. I
hello?
regret to inform you, you're dead.
Oh, bugger.
So sorry about that. We found the ship
Sorry,
floating.
can you speak into my right ear? I can't hear anything out of my left for some reason.
We found the ship floating, and you and all your crew deceased. So we had some questions to see if we can kind of put things right. So the first question was, what merchant company were you part of, so that we can let them know that you're dead.
I love how you just keep saying you're dead.
My memory's a little iffy for some reason. Can't tell why. Half his brain exposed.
Forget me own head next. Hey,
I was working for the what do we call ourselves? The cargo something. The cargo company.
The cargo company. Excellent. Thank you.
Maybe. Or maybe it was the cargo crew. Maybe it was the cargo people. Maybe it was the cargo.
If it helps, the magic.
Maybe the cargo was
that I'm
the
talking to
crew
you through should let you
cargo.
know remember what you knew in life, but
Crew cargo
you
was
might find
maybe
it a
the-
little bit difficult.
Crew cargo was maybe the crew.
did he have a stroke?
No, I think you might have just finished talking. Cool, that's all right. Next question.
He's just like staring off into the
was-
distance.
You were transporting an item for the royal family of Carmanthia to Stannis Island. We happen to know King Bragan and are interested in its safe return or delivery. Please, can you tell us what that item was? Thank you.
No,
That's fair. That was a long shot.
I don't know what the item was. We were definitely transporting a big job, a big important job. Lots of potential payouts. Told us very important to keep it protected. Make sure we get it to the island.
Okay, cool.
Seemed very
third
important.
question- The third question is, do you know who killed you?
I think it was a man, but kind of like scarier. He was very tall and wearing all sorts of strange, fancy clothes.
Cool, thank you. That's very helpful. The fourth question was, do you know how they managed to kill all of your crew without any resistance?
No idea. By the time I was being dragged out of my bunk, they were already dead.
That's unfortunate.
I'll- I have a thought about the fifth question.
Go for it.
I've got two options here, actually. One is we could ask where in on the island there. They were delivering the stuff to you if you're interested. Or we have this letter which Diane was trying to get to Charles, but we don't know who Charles was. So we could ask who Charles is now to get this letter to him from Diane.
Oh yeah, let's do a good deed for that.
Also, could you ask him to speak a little slower because that little floppy bit on his bottom jaw is really kind of gross to watch.
I don't know if we get that much control there for it. I'll ask. What were the names? Charles and Diane.
Well, we found that so basically one of the bodies has holding a letter from Diane to Charles. So
Sorry,
presumably-
Charles and Diane.
Yes, not Diana. Just
On the-
Diane.
Oh, okay. I was going to say on the day that
No.
Prince Philip's
Before you go,
funeral. Unfortunately.
The ship was
Mon
called.
Capitan, we found a letter from Diane to Charles, and we were hoping to deliver it for Diane, because she's dead, like you. So, do you know where we might find Charles to deliver this letter to him?
Well,
And if you could tell us where that is, that'd
no,
be great.
but I do know that Dan was from Impertis, so
Cool.
In
You got that, Flint?
Pertis.
That was it.
In
Okay, well,
Pertis.
thanks, Captain. We might see you again in 10 days.
you realize now
We
you're
might
just
not.
talking to like a glazed over face. He's just
Yeah. Just like the little lights will go out one by one,
Yeah.
and I'll clean up what the remains of like the burnt spice.
is
That was
is
really
that the
gross.
last one of the Spice Girls?
Burnt
Oh
spice.
my god, burnt spice. Yikes.
So, what do we think, gang? Helpful? Not helpful?
I didn't find out where the vase was from, so not helpful.
But you don't know which vase it is.
No, I don't. That's why. There's so many other vases.
Well, here you go though. So the vase was supposed to be going to Stannis Island as well, presumably. So they might have a merchant there who specializes in that kind of vase. So all we have to do is go there.
I think maybe we should head there after we finished our mission for unit, perhaps. But I would like to perhaps go to also try and get back to Impertis at some point, unless we can make magical contact, maybe. Let's see if we can track down this Charles. We need to get in touch with the. Perhaps the merchant company could help us. I don't know. It's a clue, anyway.
Seemed a little less important right now.
Oh, I know it's important to them.
If
Yes,
if
but
we get an expensive component, I might be able to make contact with Charles, maybe. But I don't know if it would work. 'Cause-
Important gesture. We do need to help unit first, anyway. So let's do that first.
Okay. To Philan.
What? Oh,
I love it. So as you come out of this storm, of course, you've been doing this. You're traveling further across the land. You as the sun goes down, the day ends once more. You are getting basically to the coast of Dina Faro, coming over Demira Orlando, ish, probably a bit further to the west, east than that.
Orlando, Florida.
Huh?
Sorry. It's like Orlando, Florida.
Orlando.
We're flying over Orlando.
Yeah,
come
we're
back from the
flying over-
Bahamas?
Orlando.
We're flying over Disneyland, Orlando.
It's the land of Captain Nee, Disney.
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah. Demara Orlando is officially the Florida.
Demar and
Arrow.
it's Demar and Disney.
Disney.
But Dina Faro isn't a part of the Damar and Damor Florian couple.
It is now.
It's not a Florian
now.
triple, it's a
It's
Florian
a
couple.
it's a colony.
Apparently I'm not in control of this. No.
Yeah, forget your lore.
And that's
It's
when
our lore
the
now.
day ends.
Next
And
character, Walt Disney, bard who goes down like in fairy tales.
Sorry.
unless any of you have any conversations or things that you want to be going on with, the day would end and you'd continue on the next day. At this point, it's getting really warm, and I mean like tropical warm kind of level. It's no longer the cool air of.
There is one thing I would do
Okay.
that night.
I
would
will
say
continue.
there is-
I was just going to finish. It's not the cool air of Kamantha anymore. It's hot and dry.
Gross, like Florida.
Stop making fun of Florida.
Yeah, I'd go up to Flint and just say, "There's a chance that I could get in contact with this Charles. I'm not sure if it will work, but it's worth a try."
Well, definitely, I think we should make the effort if we can.
Okay. Would you like to speak to them?
Well, yes, if you can contact them, yeah.
Okay. So if we wait a little time, when it would be, I mean, we're in like this. It would be like the same daytime as there, right, Alex?
I mean, with how that works, not really. You know how time zones
Wow,
work.
shoot him down. God.
Yeah, but time zone is like normally vertical, and we're like kind of in the same vertical.
I've never really thought
Well,
of time zones before, but yeah, you are right that time zones are vertical, so...
Yeah.
It
I
probably
don't know if
would
it's
be
the same
fairly
on
close.
Gel, though.
Who's
It
to
might-
say they're vertical on Gel?
Well, so here's the thing. I don't know the physics of it, because in gel, the top is hot and the bottom is cold, so it means that it doesn't rotate in the same way as our land does. But I don't know what that means for time zones, because at the top there's long days, at the bottom there's short days. But seeing as I don't care, let's go with that.
Sure, I could send you into a conversation with the person through their dreams.
Oh, I see. Will they remember the dream when they wake up?
Yes, they should.
But try, can't we?
Do you not have
Yeah.
to know the person?
Is as a person known to you, but not necessarily one that you've met. We know that they exist.
Right,
so I'm not
let
sure.
me see this. I want to read them myself. Where is it?
It's tenuous as fuck.
Yeah. Well, it's one of these things again, isn't it? It's always very. What's it called?
Dream.
Oh, it's a spell, isn't it? There it is. A creature's dreams. Choose a creature's nose. Creature known to you as the target of this spell. Wow. Because, like, just kind of vaguely knowing that some. You see, the problem is at that point, like, I guess you do know Charles exists, but you don't know who Charles is. For the sake of it, sure. It's close enough.
Okay, awesome. They do get to make a saving throw.
Okay.
And I doubt the letter would count as. Yeah, it wouldn't count as part of the. Oh yeah, a small portion of the target's body. Yeah, no, that doesn't. So they just make a saving throw of 19. So I will sit down with Flint and just say, okay, just make yourself very relaxed. Lay
Okay.
back. And I will I will put the top of my staff to his head and just say, feel like you're going to sleep. You should
Okay.
see yourself in a beautiful world with Charles.
Am I?
Okay, so you are able to shape the land that you are in. So
Yeah, I'll just make it like a.
no.
Oh, he gets
the
to?
messenger can shape the environment of the dream. Not the spellcaster.
Yeah.
So Flint,
Okay,
you get
okay.
to shape the land that you appear in.
Okay. So I would make it a sort of a pleasant, sort of meadowsy kind of feels. Where are we? Yeah, something like the landscape I saw around the Demarth sort of area, or the sort of North Camanthea. So it's something where it starts to feel familiar. Just as fields and trees.
Yeah,
that kind
okay.
of stuff.
So you appear in this sort of, it's weird, you kind of wake up. For a second it's kind of hard because you're not casting this spell. You kind of part of you feels like you just woke up, and then like, oh no, I am in a dream, and then you kind of recollect, like, oh no, yeah, I remember what happened. Like it's sort of a weird, sort of like waking up state of like, why am I in the middle of a random field? Oh yes, I remember, kind of a thing. And as you're looking around, looking for Charles, you hear a very faint sort of like little dingling metal sound. What's that? You look around and see this rather small patchwork color brown and white dog sort of just like trotting towards you. And as it gets to your feet, it sort of just sits down and looks at you with this dumb face. It's more like, it's kind of halfway between somewhere of like a Labrador and a bulldog. It's sort of like, it's got the weird jowls, but they're not quite as big, and it sort of just looks
Alex,
at you
why
with
do you
a
do
big
this
lopping
to
out
us?
tongue, just like eyes slightly pointing in different directions, and a little metal tag that just says Charles on it.
About this is a better solution. Imagine if it had been like a kid.
Oh no.
I don't know why anybody would write a letter to their dog, but you know.
You obviously don't own a dog.
Pardon?
I said you. Everyone can tell you don't own a dog. Why would you write a letter to your dog?
So I said, hello, boy, how are you?
It's a very, very happy, just little dog, just sort of like hopping around, like enjoying some whatever chin scratches and such. Not a
I
big dog.
was telling you, I suppose, but I'm afraid well, I suppose your owner will be coming back, but I'm sure you'll be happy with whoever's looking after you now. Hope so, anyway.
The dog opens its mouth and goes, "Oh fuck."
Well, bugger, that's not good. No, it sort of it obviously just doesn't understand a word you're saying.
No, exactly. I wouldn't expect it to. So, in that case, I should just spend the time while I'm in this dreamscape playing fetch with the dog.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
whatever.
Just throwing things around, and messing
Aw.
around. It's obviously very happy. And then, how long does it last?
It'll last all night.
8 hours. Oh, yeah. How long do you spend there? 8 hours worth of.
I mean, Flint
hours
has to
worth
go
of
to sleep at
pets.
some time. I probably give it 2 hours.
No, more pets.
It's just like 8 hours worth of podcast of just.
Yeah.
Fetch.
The thing is,
Fetch.
I don't know if Flint gets rest out of this.
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah. So I'd ended after.
I would just play for half an hour. or
Yeah,
so.
play for half an hour or so, and eventually you bring yourself out of it.
I
again.
demand more pets
The dog
Yeah.
probably happily
for
just
the good dog.
in its own dreams still, and you sort of come back to like, oh, it's a weird one again. Like as you wake up, you suddenly realize, oh, it was a dream. You recollect what was happening, why you here, all that kind of stuff sort of comes back to you.
Oh,
How
oh,
was it?
well, it was very pleasant actually. Turns out that Charles is a dog.
Oh, what's a dog?
Little thing. Yeah.
Did you say what's a dog?
Yeah.
What's a dog? It's sort of about this particular one, about that sort of size, 4 legs animal. People keep them as pets, canines.
Horrible creatures. You don't want to know. They really don't like me.
Tame wolf, yes. And they don't like cats. Well, I mean, it depends. Some of them do, you know. But yeah,
But you're not a cat. You're a
Yeah, I know that. They
not
might
me forgetting what the name is
Tabaxi.
of Tabaxi.
they're a bit like a sort of tame wolf, I suppose you could say.
What's a wolf?
Anyway, so I mean,
It's a wild dog.
I did sort of tell him, but I mean, yeah, he's only a dog. He wouldn't really understand. But I had a pleasant time sharing a dream where we were playing, so that was nice.
Yeah, still a nice thing to do.
Yeah. Oh, but I do feel rather sorry that he won't be seeing his friend again. But never mind. We do.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry that lady didn't have anyone in her life worth contacting over her dog.
Oh.
Maybe she just liked the dog better than the people that she knew.
Yeah.
I can feel that.
Oh well, we tried our best, so you can't do any more.
Alex, that would make sense since you're such a bitch.
Wow.
So rude to me. So rude to me.
Yep.
Unit
What's
dies.
funny is that Diane must have talked about her dog so much to the extent that the captain knew where it lived.
Yeah.
No. The captain
No,
knew where
he knew
she
where-
Also,
lived.
presumably knows where Diane lives,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that her
That's
dog
what the
does not
captain
live
said
in a
where
different
Diane
place.
Probably not. Yeah. So in that case, I'll say thank you to Ray and head off to bed.
No problem.
Yeah, it was very nice. Thank you. It was nice.
And you all have a wonderful long sleep.
Yay.
The next day you wake up and everything has exploded. No, I'm kidding. Can you imagine that?
I would not be surprised.
You wake up in fire. No, you wake up, everything's just the same way it is. In fact, I reckon some of you are woken up by the engine starting up again with the... as you launch across the land of Dinefara. And is there anything else that you'll want to do before you... Well, I was going to say land, but I guess you don't really land.
Unit, what can you tell us about the thing that we're looking for? You said it was called an Aeorian Nullifier.
Nullifier. Yeah, I need one of its eyes. I don't really know anything else about it though. So.
But you told us it was in caves to the north.
Yep.
Anything else about it?
Literally nothing.
Cool.
That is all that I know.
Hey, Flint.
Yeah.
You didn't know that those automatons existed before Teleran, right? Because you're
Well,
from where they're from.
That's right. Well, I'm not sure they are from where I'm from. I mean, they certainly aren't from my city. They've never seen them there before. And they're not dwarves, and as far as I know, most of Kogram is populated by dwarves, so they must be, I don't know, employing them or whatever. Since they're robots, maybe making them. I don't know. They are quite clever with their hands, the dwarves.
Yeah, I'm just not looking forward to ever coming in contact with another one, if possible.
Well, I got to be honest, he was a lot tougher than I expected when I met him the second time. I must have got a lucky shot in the first time.
I've never met anything where I've been completely ineffective.
But I've always thought of myself as being a pretty good fighter, and he took me out in two blows, so, you know.
Yeah.
I don't mean to scare you, Ray, but we are about to go up against something called the Nullifier, so we might need to get used to not being effective against it.
Well.
Speaking of not being effective, I feel bad that I didn't think to ask, my God, if he could just fix your people. So
That's fine.
I'm doing that. I don't think he can, but I thought I should try. I should do my best.
But it seems like the sort of thing that if it was possible for the god to do, they might already have done it. So
I mean, maybe, but if
Zegas perks up for the first time in 7 years, but you didn't pray to a god, do you?
yeah, if no one there worships him, he might not even be kind of very aware of you guys.
I thought God was supposed to be benevolent.
Yeah.
But
No, God, no.
I
As
thought
far as I can
they were
tell.
just all powerful, according to Sagat.
As far as I'm aware, they're just another race that thinks they're better than everybody else.
When I met Elmy, he was seemed like
Oh, like elves.
Chap. I mean.
Huh?
When I met Elmy, he was a nice enough chap. He seemed alright.
Well, I guess they can be, but the whole point is that they're not ascended beings, they're just powerful. As far as I'm aware, anyway.
They're not down here with us.
Nope. They're not really
Well,
up or
I'll
down,
ask
they're just
anyway.
around.
I feel like I should try because we want to help you.
I appreciate that.
He said it.
Thank
I
you.
will- I will use the power of friendship and try channel divinity.
And magic.
Cure the peoples of Hybris. I'm gonna try and not put it in a corner. In fact, no. I will take, as I'm doing this for Simon, I will take Simon's suggestion of doing it on the desk. Straight off.
Yay!
I feel like Cure the
Chaos.
People of Hybris is a little bit of sus wording if it works anything like a wish spell.
Oh,
Well, I suppose it would be up to the god.
Yeah. What do you mean about Cure?
and what do you mean by people?
Yeah,
That is a 46.
that is a fail.
Turns out it does not matter.
Sorry, unit, didn't work.
Yay! That's fine. Well, it's not unexpected.
No, I'll be honest. I was not expecting it to work at all.
You just keep getting the answering phone.
Martha,
Is
did
this
you?
I talked to Helm that one time? Come on, man.
Your god has
Bartlett.
just blocked you.
He did have to die to talk to his god. And it wasn't
Bartlett, did
even
you
I
ever
talked-
tell
I
us?
talked to
his
Helm.
god.
Did you ever
And
tell us
Helm
who
talked to me.
your god was or is? Who are you praying to?
Oh, who am I praying to?
Satan.
Oh, his name's Kuevin.
What?
He's like a god. So I learned about him actually from someone from Dina Pharaoh, a long time ago. Yeah, and he's god of like food and friendship.
Oh, sounds like a nice god.
My
At
kind
least in theory.
Yeah, I mean it means he's probably not as powerful as like a god of death and chaos and all of that stuff. But
Sounds
Well,
a
I
lot
mean,
more
if
fun than
you've,
they are.
he helps me out. He gives me knowledge and magic and stuff to an extent. So he's
Well,
nice.
if you've ever had any cooking bias, you know that god of death is a subjective term.
His cooking wasn't that bad. It was nice.
I can say it. She's not here.
I'm pretty sure she's listening though.
She might watch the VOD later,
I really
yeah.
love you.
I don't think she's watching now, but later she'll watch, that's for sure.
Tee.
Oh dear.
What timestamp are we sending her to? How long have we been
The timestamp of the VOD is 3:51-ish.
It's fine.
3 hours 51.
She knows I
yes.
love her.
What's happening? Where am I? Who am I?
I don't know.
to Falan?
Yeah.
To Falan.
Flan.
To Flan.
Flan.
So
Yeah,
you
food.
travel across the land, when eventually, this is your captain
Searching
speaking.
far and wide.
This is your captain speaking. We will be coming into port in approximately 1 hour. No, you go across the land. Eventually, stop above what seems to be, honestly, it's an interesting town. It's a town that you wouldn't really have seen before. Easiest reference for you is it looks similar to that of a favela, which I'm assuming you all know what it is.
I'm
No.
gonna Google it just
Yes.
to make sure.
Okay, so a favela is like I believe it's Spanish. It's like
I've
layered.
played that Rainbow Six map.
Yeah, if you've no, it's not Rainbow Six. It's Call of Duty.
It's very
It's
colorful.
effectively like layered houses down a hill, in like steps.
Says it's a poor area in Brazil, basically.
Yeah, it's similar to.
No,
a
it is in
favela.
Rainbow Six. It is in Rainbow Six.
Is there one? Oh, there is one in Rainbow Six. Yeah, it's similar to that, but in that it doesn't have the same sort of rundown feel. It is definitely a fishing village. It's on the edge, it's on a steep hill, right at the port. And you can see down at the water's edge many sort of inlets ranging from about 20 feet to 100 feet squares of just stone piers. These all buildings around them. Some boats in them. Some of these boats you can't really tell if they're big, small, usable, unusable, that kind of stuff. But all of the houses on the hill, unlike that of a favela, are similar and simple, but not run down. They're made of a white stone, mostly single floor, and a lot of them you can't really see from this, but I'll tell you this distance. But I'll tell you anyway because it's fun. They don't really have proper doors. They have like the like bead curtain type things or
Yeah, yeah.
cloths. It's that kind of thing or anything. For a meta, you guys wouldn't know, your characters wouldn't know it, but it's to allow a little more breeze to come through the buildings. It's very hot around here.
Hot.
Sea breeze.
Crime must be real easy here.
Or it's just a really nice place.
Or both.
It's Canada. No, that's a incorrect myth about Canada.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
nice.
Well, yes, but also that they keep their doors unlocked.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Not true.
That having been said, I remember.
Lucas
I
tried.
remember once I
No, I
went.
was gonna say,
Burglary is very difficult in
Yeah.
Canada.
I remember once I went out, and Mum and Dad were both out at one point, and I managed to accidentally not only leave the door unlocked but open, and we got back and nothing was stolen.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
Is this the first you're hearing of it, Mark?
No, they knew.
Oh yeah.
They weren't very happy. But yeah, no, you're sort of hovering above as would be. You're probably hovering a little bit above the town, not like directly above it, a little higher up the hill where there's like a big open gap, and the captain just stops the boat. Says, I'm not sure how long.
Surely.
I'm not sure how long you'll be down here, but I will need to go get some fuel.
I mean, we're going to find the cave from here, right?
Also, I believe this is the end of our I don't want to call it a contract, but your free journey.
Yeah, this was the journey you said was free, and then we'll get in touch with you when we want to go to the next place.
Yes.
Because of the whole saving, well, re-gifting your life thing.
I will be traveling to Demira, Orlando for fuel.
Cool.
And also to go to Disneyland.
To go to Disney.
Have you spent much time in this place, this village?
No.
You wouldn't happen to know where the nearest, say, tourist information office is then?
No.
Okay.
It's shot, it's Sunday.
I will send a message to your heads when we are ready to leave.
Okay. I hope you have a successful journey.
Thank you, and I hope you have a
Yes.
successful refueling.
I think we should probably take back the amulet now, if you don't mind.
Zega's got
So we
it.
give it to Zegoth.
You and Zegith have those at the moment.
Do I? Oh, good.
I'll say to the captain, you're more likely to get in contact with them sooner than I am. At refueling depot place, wherever you go for airship fuel, would you just mind leaving a message for, or seeing if you can find a company that goes by the name of something like the crew company or the cargo company? The
Cargo company, cargo
Cargo
crew.
crew.
That basically
Cargo Cola.
had the Duke as part of their fleet, and just letting them know that that is no more and its precious cargo has been stolen, but that it's the person they were under contract with has been notified.
I will.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Yay.
He's just
gonna
standing
get back
there.
to us saying that the cargo company, the cargo crew, and the cargo people are all three different companies.
Yeah.
Spoke to all of them. Duke was not part of any of them.
It's actually the crew cargo.
Crew cargo,
Crew.
of course.
It's Travago. No. British jokes.
Okay. Well,
Can you teleport us? Can you?
Yes.
If we do the. Can you?
Yes.
Cool. Come over here, Concord.
Just a little bird, just like Sorry, little cat just like flaps sleepily through the air, like the body's just like hanging down with his wings like vaguely flapping as it just like flaps over to you. Evidently just woken up.
I will.
Oh my god.
I'll toss Elsie over my shoulder to.
We just leave her on the ship.
that's Zegeth's job, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
She's just
Yeah, I
like,
mean, if you want to.
he
I
picks
was
her
just
up
thinking.
in a cradle, rather than over the shoulder.
I was just thinking that you could get one of those little backpacks with the see-through window
Oh
for
my
Tressim.
God.
The little
God.
cat backpacks.
Yeah, we've not
For
seen them.
Concord.
It would have to be massive though, because of the wingspan, though,
Yeah.
right?
Well, they can like fold it in.
Yeah, but also it's a
Why do they
flying
put like
animal.
slots out?
It's not exactly going to want to be confined like that.
Well,
I
it
mean,
looks
cats
sleepy.
are
Yeah.
liquids, Alex.
It's
Yeah,
true.
cats are liquids.
It still isn't a cat.
Are
But it
you
has
wearing
all
the,
of the other cat features.
Are you wearing the large tricorn hat, Greg?
Oh, absolutely.
Cool. I will direct Concord to go and sit on your hat then, because that's.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
It just like sits
Lord
on your
of
head.
all she surveys.
It's suddenly a lot of weight on your head. I mean, it's not a light cat.
I don't care. I'm keeping it balanced.
Yeah.
And you go down and get teleported down. And then look upwards and just hear the engine starting up from the distance. From down below, once again, it's a lot louder. It's as he just launches off to the south.
And the noise pollution from that thing's terrible.
Yeah.
And it's supposedly one of the fastest in the whatever.
Do you think they sell gilded flowers down here?
I mean,
There might
you
be.
can always ask.
We should look for a market or some kind of citizen to give us some directions.
You should probably go down to the actual town first. We're just standing on a hill at the moment.
Oh, then yeah, well, that's probably for the best.
Just find a road and follow it towards the middle of the town is best.
It's all desert up here, isn't it, Alex? Or are there like flowers?
No. Up here it's dry, and you have that very like coarse grass.
Okay.
But it is green. You get the feeling like the storm that you went through coming in, like there does end up being quite a lot of rain as well over here.
Okay.
You know, like
I'll be right back.
Jamaica and such has that kind of
Tropical
thing.
storms.
But it's a very nice looking beach down the hill, very white sand.
Ooh.
Nice.
Beach episode.
Beach party! So yeah, you walk towards the city and sort of generally start going down. It's a very step-filled city. Which you realize as you come, you sort of come to that realization as you get down towards the town. I'm sure it's Bartlett's worst nightmare that you just see stairs everywhere. Just absolutely everything is on stairs and hills. And
This place sucks.
well, it'll be good for your exercise, eh?
I'd rather go and find the nullifier than walk around this place for a second more.
He's just walking down the steps, just getting sweatier and sweatier. Eventually you get down to like what seems to be more of a town square-ish kind of an area. The people seem to be lovely. You know, it seems to be kind of like a retirement-esque area in that there's a lot of old people. You know,
Oh no, this is Florida instead.
What'd you say?
Are you sure that this isn't Florida?
I'm sure it is in Florida. There's just a lot of old people. It's very nice houses, very nice sun beating down. A couple of them with that, you know, very leathery skin. But they all seem to sort of just accept that you're around. A couple look at you with like a kind of a look, you know. You're coming into their peaceful town with your armor and your swords and your gear and a cat. And
It's San Diego. Okay.
it's none of these because it's in the world of Shell. But yeah, I mean, who are you gonna ask?
Ghostbuster. That's right. Well, are we sort of heading towards? Is it like a town square?
Yeah, there's not really like a town square. There's a market center.
That's fine.
As
I
we
mean,
see.
Go on
Some
that.
market
where
stalls
do we
and things.
always go first?
It smells a lot of fish.
The inn.
Fantastic.
You see Concord at one point fly over to a
Yep.
stall and start like pouring at a fish, and then there's just this shopkeeper that's just telling it to piss off.
Oh, no, come back. Here's a good berry.
It just starts like batting at the Goodberry again. Just takes the Goodberry back over to Ray's head, and just you could just feel it batting your head.
Hey.
In the market, I would like to see if we can find like the oldest, most wizened kind of looking either cellar or with the kind of description that you've given this place. I imagine it's the kind of place where you've got old people on like rocking chairs out the front of their buildings, like with a cold drink, just kind of watching the world go by.
What
If
is
there's, like,
Bartlett's
wizened
description of the oldest and wisest?
Like short,
Long whiskers.
leathery skin,
Mm-hmm.
many laughter lines, little hair left, possibly some kind of walking implement, and where other people have clear, refreshing drinks, they have a hidden something that is not a clear bottle because it's likely filled with moonshine.
I got my moonshine.
A truly reliable person.
Yep.
You
I
described.
think walking a little bit outside of the market, there's
Describe
just
Florida, man.
there is some benches on which there is a man sitting, looking out into the sea, you know, into the distance. He's wearing quite loose clothing, and there's a little walking stick propped up against the bench as well. And he's got his drink which he's holding with his wispy hair sort of just in every direction, sort of blowing around in the wind a little bit.
Cool. Elsie, that guy looks like he's been here a while. You want to go talk to him?
Elsie goes,
I do.
Go for it, Ray.
All right.
I'll go.
Hello,
Hello.
sir.
Guidance upon you.
You're casting guidance.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
He sort of looks over you, and you can see one of the eyes is just like cataracted over completely. One of them is kind of getting there. Looks over like, right?
Hi, we have a few questions for you. Well,
Alright.
what do we want to ask aside from
Where have you come from? I don't recognize you at all. Are you here to give me another drink? I did order one.
I mean, I'm not, but I could if you need me to. I mean, but first, I have some.
Just hands you an empty glass.
Okay. Put it behind me.
Thank
for now.
you.
Sir, do you know anybody here that sells gilded flowers?
Guys, what?
Oh no.
Gildy Bowers? No?
Flowers?
Flowers? No, I'm good, thank you.
No. Barty, what else did we want to ask?
We want to know about the Aeorian nullifier in the caves to the north.
Oh yeah. Have you heard of an Aeorian nullifier, sir?
No, I don't need any flyers, thank you.
I don't think he can hear me very well.
What?
Wait, hang on. I might be able to do something about that.
Well,
Just let me check one thing.
I'm going to be looking to see if I can look around me to see if I can see any where it looks like an inn or
There are some places that look like you could possibly stay in them. There's nothing like advertising, this is an inn, you know.
no.
It
I
doesn't
am
seem like the kind of
going
town
to-
that people holiday to.
I'm going to lay a hand on on Ray, and I'm going to cast tongues. Meaning that anyone who hears her can both hear and understand what she says, as long as they understand a language.
I'm not convinced he understands any language.
Hello?
Or, hello?
Oh, you can hear me now.
What do you mean I can hear you now? I can hear you before.
You weren't really giving any sensible response.
What?
Anyways, have you heard of
How dare you?
an Aeorian nullifier?
No.
No. Okay.
What's one of
How
those?
About, I think it's a big scary beast. I don't know. We're trying to find out.
Why would I have heard of one of
Apparently
those?
Huh?
Why would I have heard of one of those? Have you seen me?
Uh.
I'm 90.
Yeah, you've seen a lot, right?
No?
You look very well for it, sir.
No, I don't. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, don't lie to him. No use in that.
I didn't think I was. I was just trying to be nice.
Do you know anybody that sells gilded flowers around here?
No. Irish, what one of those
About
for?
for magic?
Magic. I can get along well without magic before I can do it now.
You may not need magic, but it's nice to have. Do you know anybody that sells flowers or makes jewelry?
You know, probably a jeweler or flowerist.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Now, where's my drink?
Ask him if he knows any like legends about the caves to the north.
Oh yeah, have you heard of any legends of caves around
Legends?
here?
Caves? You're talking about the northern caves?
Yeah.
Right.
The caves to the north.
Yeah, I know about
Although-
them. A load of rubbish
What
to
do
me.
they say?
What?
What do they say about them?
Oh, you know, they say they're all religious and that, you know. So you can pilgrim over there and get your sins washed away. It's all a load of bollocks to me.
Why is it bollocks to you?
Because your sins stick around as long as you're alive.
Hmm.
I know you're just wishing them away.
So they see it as a wishing cave?
I guess. Wash away your sin or whatever.
Wait, that sounds
Fair enough.
promising.
Mhm.
Interesting. It doesn't sound life-threatening. People definitely have come back from these caves, right?
Yes. It's not much of a pilgrimage if you go there and die.
No, yes, but we were under the impression that there were big scary monsters up there.
Why?
So. Well,
When you say wash away the sin, how does that work exactly?
I have no idea. We've never been there. It's a long
You know
walk and I don't
anybody
like
who has?
walking.
Anybody who has been there?
Probably.
Wouldn't mind a word.
would you like to tell us? She asked with a persuasion.
Oh, me? I don't know them.
Do you know where the nearest church is?
Church?
And we'll go ask them. We'll get you your drink and then we'll go and bother
I
them.
don't know, there's probably a temple up the hill somewhere.
Is there a hill with a temple on it?
As you look up, yeah, there's buildings that look like they could be temples.
Oh, alright.
Good enough for me.
Yeah, well,
Sure.
good enough for you. up a lot of steps.
Hey, Barty, if it's too much, if you want to sit in the inn for a little while, I don't mind going and having a little wander around, and I'll find somewhere, then I'll come and get you. If you want to save your legs.
I mean, that would be quite nice, but then I feel like I'm not helping.
No, I'll come and get you before
Well-
it'll just save your legs if you're struggling. And I know what it's like getting up and down the steps.
This kind man still needs his drink. I could go
What?
with Flint, and you could get him his drink, and not have
Yeah.
to do with a bunch of stairs.
So, sit down and have a chat with him if you like.
So, would you care for a good brie?
A what?
A good brie?
No.
I mean, I offered. So. Okay, I should do the exercise. We've been on a ship for days. It'll do me some good.
You're not
Okay.
joking about that? And he picks up a stick and pokes you in the stomach.
Is very rude, sir.
That is rude.
Good day. Good day, sir.
Right.
I will minor illusion some liquid in the glass and hand it back to him.
about bloody time. Just holds on to it.
All right. Thank you, sir. We will be on our way quickly. Come on now.
You'll walk away. As you get back, Zegas just like, was any use?
No, not at all.
No, I spoke to a man over there, the one at the stall. Gave me some information if you needed.
Oh,
Does he sell
what
flowers?
did he say?
No, he doesn't sell flowers. It seems he sells fish.
Good
Let's
fish.
do a lot
Okay.
of stalls.
Fresh.
Well, it's something about the Nestu Malis. It's what they call the caves. It's basically like a big long walk that you can. What did he say? It was a long pilgrimage to lighten your soul, and then the waters in the caves will wash away your sin, or something like that. It seems very religious in there.
The fish. Fresh? What, are we talking salmon? Catfish? Monkfish? Perch?
I don't
Do you
know
have
the
a thing for
difference
fish,
between
Buffy?
fish. The fish I was looking at was rather large. It had a big eye, and I didn't like looking at it. But it was very
eye?
flat. It was very flat.
Flatfish.
And slightly sort of like an orangey beigey color. And it stank a lot of fish.
Alright, we're gonna have to do some education with you, Zegith.
I'm not really into fish.
culinary skills. So, sorry, you were saying about pilgrimage.
Yeah, well, it's a long way to walk up a path, and then it's a difficult trek or something, and then you get to the caves and wash your way and have a bath or something. I don't know. Seems to be sort of a thing. They didn't seem very concerned about any sort of monsters up there.
Does the water have eyes?
What?
Well, if there's no giant beasts up there, then I guess they call the water the Aeolian Nullifier. And
Well, yeah.
I mean-
I asked if there was any danger, and they said there wasn't any danger. I guess I didn't really ask if there was beasts, but I kind of put the two together.
Well, is it past those temple-looking buildings on that hill?
Oh, it's far past. I think it's like a half a day's trek, possibly more.
Okay, well let's start heading that way, and we'll pop in those temples on the way to have a breather and ask if they've heard of an Aeolian Nullifier on the way.
Okay.
That's not bad.
or someone that kills
You see-
flowers.
What's concerning me is washing away sins and nullifiers. I'm thinking, are we going to go up there and find we're going to lose our memories or either lose back personalities or something like that?
I sure hope not.
Who are you? Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's an interesting question. Well, why don't we ask that at the temple? And if that doesn't work, I will ask God.
Just in case.
Okay.
Just ask God.
Yeah. I mean, he might not know, so
You mean Helm?
at the temple first. I don't think he's local. Although we're in Dino Farrow, so he is local, I guess.
Who's local?
Let's,
My God.
Oh, you're God.
let's go to the one of these temples and then we'll decide then.
I'm
we're
keeping an eye out for jewelers or
Yeah, we're asking
florists.
about Gilded flowers, +jewelers, Aeolian nullifiers, and memory loss.
As you're walking up the stairs of death, at least to Bartlett, there is like a little stall that you walk past that's just selling flowers. It's just a stall with flowers, with a lovely lady standing behind it.
Hi.
You right?
I need a gilded flower. I see you're selling flowers. Do you know any jewelers that you could possibly work with?
Jewelers, it's unlikely you'll find one around here. Not really into the whole expensive possessions type thing. You might be able to find one in a blacksmith. They might do some gold.
Okay.
I don't know how you gild a flower though. I'm sure it'll burn up.
Well, it takes a lot of care.
Wait,
I can sell you flowers though.
Ray, I've just realised something. Does it have to be an actual, literal gilded flower?
I
Because
believe so.
there's a saying, I don't know if you have it where you're from, it's called gilding the lily. So you could have like a metaphorical gilded lily flower.
I can sell
You
you
could do
lilies.
I don't know. I just know what my teacher said. She said the gilded flower. Could mean anything, really.
I don't know magic, I'm afraid. I just know flowers.
Could you could do that thing where you can grow stuff, right, Ray?
Yeah, I just need a seed or something.
Could we buy some seeds from you and
Yeah, I
then
could do seeds.
we worry about keeping the flower alive?
What kind of seeds you looking for?
Doesn't matter. Pick your favorite flower, and I'll
My
take a seed
favourite.
of that kind.
I do like lilies.
Sure. Lily seeds
What
will
colours you like?
work.
I will
Yellow.
say, just because we have Concord with us, lilies are particularly dangerous to cats. I don't know if it's different because he has wings, but if Concord eats any of your lily once you've, you'll have to gild it pretty quickly because if he eats any of it, he might die.
Okay,
That'd be
maybe
a
not
shame.
lilies. Do you have any non-toxic flowers to cats?
I'm afraid I don't really know which ones are toxic and not toxic to cats. I'm sorry. He's a cute cat though.
I'll just take the seeds for now and not grow them until we absolutely need them.
Right. Well, you said yellow. He just sort of pulls out a little drawer and is flicking through like little packets of seeds and pulls out one which is hand painted like packaging and such. So just hands it over. It's a 5 silver. Just a big,
Thank
just like
you.
a small packet of. It's like a tea bag sized packet of just seeds. I don't know what lily seeds look like, but it looks like that.
Oh, I don't have money of my own, so can we use 5 silver from the party?
Yeah, I'll
fund?
give you 5 silver for it. Just don't kill the cat with it.
I will not. I wouldn't want to. Tressum is a precious, precious baby.
His name is Concord.
It's 5 of my silver to
He
flower.
just takes the 5 silver, puts it in a little pouch, and thank you. Hopefully you find your
you.
gilded flower.
All right. Have a good day.
But you too. Zeg, I love this idea, by the way, of you having this interaction, and Zegas is still standing behind you, all 6 foot, whatever it is, 6'4" of him. I think he's just 6 foot tall with his gigantic armor and sword, just like. Hello.
Look, we're doing important business, I guess. Don't worry about it.
At some point, Flinty's going to try and sort of go push, push at the at the Concord. Try and start making friends.
I mean, Concord would sniff your hand a little bit, but seem fairly uninterested. Not aggressive.
On and off was his everything for a little while.
You're sure Tressums are completely different from cats are?
Yeah, I mean, completely different. They're not cats.
Not at all. No
Clint,
similarities.
do you still have any of that, like, herring oil or whatever it is that you were putting in your tea?
Mackerel. Ugh.
Mackerel.
Oh, the fish juice. Yes, I've got some of that somewhere. No, I think I threw it all away actually because
Thank God.
nobody was very keen on it when I put it in the tea for some reason.
You could go and buy a fish and try and feed him.
That's not a bad idea. I'll wander off and see if I can find some fish scraps.
Fish scraps. Commonly sold fish scraps.
Well, they do because when fishmongers have bits left over, they give them for their cats.
I mean, I'm sure you could find, like, for a gold, just, like, small amounts of, like, maybe just, like, a packet of anchovies.
A packet
Ooh,
of anchovies.
Well, yeah, but they don't have tins, do they?
they're very salty, aren't they? I think I'd go more some sort of standard sort of
Just get a small fish.
some little bits of fish from. I mean, what they'll do is when they prepare the fish, they have little bits they cut off and throw away, so scraps and all that stuff.
Some like, fish guts, then.
Yeah, and they're sort of scraps. They're the bits that they don't sell, so you can do cats.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest, that is what some of the cat food looks like
Yeah.
on the web.
Yeah.
You just come back with just, like, some vague fish stuff. Is Bartlett interested?
I'm choosing bits which are, like, bear in mind, I am not, well, I'm not that stupid. I'll be choosing to see the little bits of sort of actual fish. You know,
Yeah,
that when
sure.
you cut up a fish, there's little tiny bits that you can't.
I've never cut up a fish.
Well,
not
you
until
get-
it's been prepared.
When you trim it, there are little bits like sort of.
Listen, I believe you, and I don't really care. You're just feeding some fish to a cat. That's all it is. It's fine with me. I just wanted to know if Bartlett's interested in the bits of fish.
No.
No, it's just too scrappy. I imagine
No,
you
he's got
look
a
at
far
it
more
just like, yeah.
advanced palate than that.
Well, I imagine
If you come back with like a whole salmon, then maybe. For, like,
Yeah.
grilling.
fish scraps. I reckon Concord's kind of like sniffing a little bit, but just seems very, again, just uninterested in this this plebeian food.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, bearing in mind that Concord has been sharing Barty's food essentially,
Yeah,
he's developed quite a sophisticated palate.
yeah, exactly. He likes better food now, not this scraps.
I just thought I'd been feeding him good berries.
Oh,
He hasn't been eating the good berries. In fact, you're not even sure what he's been eating.
he just whenever you're eating and like a little bit just drops off the table, he just
And also catches mice.
Bartlett doesn't drop any food off the table. What are you talking about?
Are there flying mice to go with the flying cats?
No, there are not.
There are now.
No, there are not. Anyway, you continue up the hill to a little.
There are, don't you know, Alex? You have no control over this.
It's a little bit of a temple. If I ignore you, it's fine. A little bit of a temple. It's kind of a temple. It seems very simple. It's just a little bit larger than the other buildings, a little bit deeper. It's still like this white building with an open door that you can walk into. Has a couple pews. It's very simple layout. And there is like someone at the other end. But as you walk in, just sort of nods in recognition.
What
Baytool.
did you say, Flint? Yeah, Baytool.
You're
Right.
right.
Why do you always say that anyway?
It means hello in Elven.
I've literally never heard anyone else say that, including elves. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
it's
it-
just you.
They do it. Yeah.
Oh.
I know a few words.
Do you not
from
an
when I
elf?
was- Pardon?
You're not an elf.
So,
No, but I
I'm
was
not a
brought up.
goblin. I speak goblin.
I was brought up with elves.
You speak Goblin?
Yeah.
How?
Spent some time with some goblins.
Which goblins?
They were. Let me have a look.
Sarath or Promise Island?
The Kaput goblins.
Oh, I've been told to avoid that area. I thought they were rather violent. They're not like the clever ones, are they?
They're very clever. How rude.
Yeah, but they're more savage-like and less societal.
I mean, they're not. They don't have high.
Do they
society.
speak like me, or do they speak like Which I think is I learnt a little bit of Goblin at some point. I don't know what I said.
They have a regional accent, as
Yeah,
does
no,
everybody.
they're not the clever ones then. The clever ones are the ones that are on the Highlands and some other places, I believe.
I think they're very clever.
I think that says more about you than the goblins.
What did you learn from the goblins aside from their language? I imagine you would have picked up some
Yeah, I
interesting
got a couple of
habits.
recipes. I got this ring. That's where I got my ring from.
Goblin recipes?
Oh,
No,
what kind of recipes?
I know I can be a little bit conserved with my tastes, but I'm not eating goblin food.
Well, I might have been feeding you goblin food this whole time, and you haven't said anything about it. So
Have you been feeding me goblin food?
yes,
And that is a blatant lie.
It was the same food I cooked for the goblins. And
Roll for deception.
But it's not the food that the goblins taught you to cook.
no.
In which case, I have nothing to say because I may have recognized it.
But-
What recipes
If
did
the
you learn?
goblins ate it, then technically it is goblin food because they ate it.
Yes, I know the technicalities of it all.
I learned barbecued gopher legs on a stick from them. That was very nice. I also, let me just get up my list here.
But they eat like eyeballs and things.
I mean, not so much. There was a toadstool steak. That was pretty good. Yeah. Toasted salamander in a mineral pepper. It's good. They've got loads of good food.
It sounds interesting. I don't know what any of those creatures are, but they sound interesting.
If we get some, I'll make some for you.
All right.
Do you have any idea what Concord is?
Concord's a
I mean,
dress.
No, not asking you. I'm asking.
Uh,
Just
you
you've
guys
probably
have
never
talked
seen one
about-
before, have you?
No, not before this. But now I know it's a Tressum, so now I know what a Tressum looks like.
What a cat looks like.
I mean, people have called Barty a cat,
I'm
so
going
I
to.
assume something like that, and
uh,
something like the Tressum.
It's more like just. It's more like the Tressum, but without
Hey,
the
Ray,
wings.
Ray. I'm
Hmm?
going to. I'm trying to get to know this sort of Tressum. I'm going to try and summon a cat probably this evening, so I'll show you what they're like later on.
Okay.
Right, should we continue? You're actually in the sort of temple now.
Having a very
Yep.
interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Simple.
Is there like a priest-looking?
Yeah, I did say there's a dude who nodded at you in recognition as you walked in.
So I'll go over and say, I'll be to all we're travellers from Carmanthia. Peace be unto you and all that sort of thing. Hope you're having a good day.
Etc. Etc.
We're looking for. Well, actually, I'll let our friend Unit here explain.
Looking for a Eorian nullifier. Eyes. Do you have the eyes just not attached to the creature, or?
I don't personally have any nullifier eyes. They're creatures up in the northern caves, but I would hope you wouldn't
Yes.
be going up in plans to hurt any of the god's creatures inside of the holy caves.
God? Which god?
Well, Eldath,
Who's Zelda?
the god that we pray to,
God of what?
goddess of peace, or
Ooh,
life
okay.
and nature as well. But you know,
I see.
Hmm. Of peace, life, and danger.
That
Nature.
sounds like my kind of god.
Nature.
Sounds nice.
Peace, life, and danger.
but yeah, I mean, if you're thinking of making the pilgrimage, you could do, but I would
What
hope you wouldn't be
pilgrimage?
to the caves.
Why can't they just walk?
Just looks at you with just like a, I don't really know how to answer that question kind of look.
So-
What is this pilgrimage?
Just go there, I suppose.
It's
I
the
mean,
work.
what makes it more special than just working there?
Well, it's lighten your soul, and you can wash away your sins in the waters if you feel as you need to.
So
It makes
so-
people feel lighter and more connected with the goddess.
No, that sounds very nice. Very nice. Where are these caves then?
I don't know. We already
Up north, if you follow the northern path, you can't get lost.
And
Do
is
you
it
know of anywhere that does like a guide service? Like, is there someone that we could pay? I mean, the last place that we went, we had a guide who showed us around. Is there someone like that here who can give us some information?
Not really. People who are making the pilgrimage tend to just follow the road and make their own way.
is it a safe journey?
Seems to be, yes. No one's ever been hurt doing it.
Oh,
Very odd
What about these-
questions.
What about
There's
these?
nothing in
This,
there.
what are these nullifier creatures?
Well, they're just I mean, they're rather large, but they're just creatures that live in the caves naturally. Mostly burrowed into the walls of the ground. But they might come out every now and again.
What do they nullify?
Nothing really. I don't know why they're called that. I've never really interacted with them that much. I've only done the pilgrimage a couple times myself.
I mean, I don't quite want to ask this, but I mean, what happens when they die? I mean, are they sort of animals that people eat, or are they sentient, or what?
No.
What are they?
When they die, they die. They're just wild animals.
I see. And they're all in the cave, are they?
I don't know. I know there are some up there. You're an odd group of people. You know that.
Oh yes.
Well,
yes,
we
have been
prefer
told, yes.
strange.
Whatever you call it, it's not usual.
I
People
think
come
I
along and ask for your religious grounds and tell you they're gonna what? Well, I don't know what you're planning on doing.
Well,
Well, you could say that we're on a pilgrimage of our own.
We are sort of. Our friend here, his whole people are in grave danger. We're trying to help them.
I'm sorry
I'm
to hear
a
that.
follower Helm myself.
Oh.
You may have heard of him, and
Right.
his tenet is always help others. So we're trying very hard to help our friend here. His whole family, and his whole race are in danger of dying. So we're trying to help him basically.
Well, I'm glad that you're trying to help someone, but Eldath isn't one for promoting hurting creatures in order to help others.
No, I understand that. Yeah, yes,
I don't know
understand
about Helm.
that. Well, Helm is more about the help more than how you do it. But he's more, I suppose, for helping people. But I don't think he's not very keen on killing in general, unless you absolutely have to.
I mean, if we need to do this under the banner of a god, my god's perfectly fine with hurting animals.
I don't follow a god, so it's okay with me.
Just
I
looking at
don't
you with
really
just like
think
just an astounded face that you've just this entire conversation.
Yeah, no, my god's fine with that. For specific purposes, obviously.
Am I doing something wrong? He keeps staring at me whenever I make a comment.
We are the sort of normal people they'd come across, I suppose, is the answer.
Is it the goat legs? I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. You can't help it.
I don't care about the goat legs, so you wouldn't call them goat legs.
No.
No, you don't know what a goat is.
Shh.
What's a goat? Is what
Yeah.
you would say.
Yeah.
It's
What's a
not
goat?
it's not the legs. I honestly don't mind. We're all made in our own ways, but I'm just more surprised. I mean, I'm not massively happy with the idea that you're thinking of going up to our holy caves and killing some creatures.
Well, I mean, before we talked to you, we didn't know that they were holy creatures, so
Right. Well, now
Yeah,
you know. And your
that makes
plans.
need to do it, doesn't it?
Have your plans changed?
Well,
Yes.
we might be able to find some that have died naturally.
Our plans have absolutely changed because we previously thought that we were going to be lining up to fight some big old monster, and that doesn't seem to be the case.
All right.
So, what do you think? What do you think we should do? I mean, there's this problem here. We need this element of a cure for whole people who are dying. How should we go about it?
I don't know.
Difficult then.
Maybe so, but it doesn't make me. I mean, I don't know your truths or your lies.
Oh, that's not nice.
Well, we can cast Zone of Truth if you want.
Well, I'll tell you what. We're going to go see if we can get a guide, and if you could pray to Eldath for us, that would be much appreciated. And then surely everything will work out.
All right, I'll pray for your savior.
Thank you. And I'm going to start working out.
Yeah.
I mean, Zegas just follows awkwardly. Is everybody else leaving, or are people just staying inside of the?
Yeah.
Barty's
Yeah.
leaving because he's got hiccups again.
As we
Just
leave,
once.
Ray's like, so we're definitely still gonna go find it either way, right?
Well, I think we need to go and see them, if nothing else.
Yeah, if we could find one that's like died of natural causes, I think they'll be happier about it. If we need to kill one, I mean, I'd rather do that and save units people.
Well, it does occur to me that we don't need to actually kill it. We just need his eyes. Maybe
That
if we
seems
heal it.
worse somehow.
Only need
Yeah,
to
that
name
seems a
it,
lot
but
worse.
it seems
Yeah.
worse.
But Barty can heal it afterwards, can he?
I can.
Can
And
Barty
then we'll leave
replace
it-
I
eyes?
mean, I don't know how intelligent he
I-
is, but you know.
I can't replace an eye at the moment. In the future, I might be able to.
Oh right, I thought you could.
That's not a especially good reason to keep it alive in case we could return its eyes later.
Well,
Plus, it's most
if
likely
it's
going to run away, isn't
intelligent,
it?
We could talk to it and
It seems-
say, "Hey, do you mind if we take one of your eyes now? And in the future, I'll come back if I'm alive and replace it for you."
Firstly, I'm not sure that I would take that deal, and secondly, I didn't get the impression that they were especially sentient / intelligent.
Well, look, the first thing to do is go and ask them, isn't it? Or go to go and investigate, and then we can decide whether we can talk to them or not.
Wait, new idea.
Yeah.
I've been inspired by Concord. Okay, because Concord's nice and relatively small.
Yeah.
You said that you need the eyes or an eye, right?
Ye-
Doesn't say
Yes,
that you didn't say that you need it detached from the creature itself.
Do you want us to take one with us? I
could
I
ask.
think that it's rather implied that this is part of a cure that is mixed together. It's not just a collection of items. Besides, I don't know how many eyes these nullifiers have, and I need 4, so.
Oh, you need 4. Oh, okay. Let's hope that they have 8.
We only have
Let's hope
one.
that they're some kind of spider.
They only have one, then we have to find 4 that are dying naturally, presumably.
Yeah.
Or we could just kill them, I guess, but
Yeah.
that might make the locals less happy.
Okay. Well, let's head to these caves and see what we can do.
I don't understand what's wrong with the locals, honestly. It's like, why are they so butthurt about this trying to save your entire race?
Well, they don't know my entire race, I guess. But then again, neither do you. So.
We are a rather strange group to come in and claim that we're saving some other race and talk about our gods and killing things on their holy grounds.
mean, maybe it wouldn't have worded it quite that way myself.
No, I wouldn't have either, but you know,
But we did, so there we go.
I was staying quiet. I won't
To
take
the
that.
caves.
Right. You said north? I think that means we have to go all the way up these stairs again.
They said
Yay.
follow the northern path. That implies there is only one path.
Yes.
Follow the. No, that implies there are multiple paths, of which
One
we
of which
follow the
goes
northern
north.
one. Otherwise, we would just say follow the path.
Yeah. So that if it's follow the northern path, then surely there is only one path leading north.
North and south.
That's fair.
Good. Anyway, I'm glad we've agreed on this.
Well, to the northern and southern path.
So the
Yes.
path to the north of us currently.
To the north.
To the north. Yeah. So you basically have to go another 15, 20, half an hour.
Greg, did you say that?
Yeah.
That was quite good.
15, 20 minute
Thanks, that's
half
the
an
one
hour.
accent I can do.
It's a 15, 20 minute, half an hour walk up the stairs, out of the city again. I'm sure it's wonderful fun. Zega's just up the front powering it, and carrying Elsie still. And I'm sure at the back is Zegeth. No, not Zegeth. God damn.
Is Zegeth?
Bartlett. He's at the front and the back. He's Duplicita.
He's so quick that he's gone all the way around and come back again.
No, it's Bartlett probably not enjoying the
Bartlett is so tired that in fact Concord is now carrying Bartlett.
Yeah, unlikely.
It's not that big a cat.
Yeah, but eventually you get to the top, and there is a path. Like you work your way around. Like there's little signs and things, you know, which obviously point towards the pilgrimage and show the symbol of the god in question, Edalf, which is a waterfall plunging into a still pool.
Ah.
I know, right? And eventually you get to the northern path and
The
start
north.
heading out towards, I mean, just like the distance. Generally the distance.
I can go the distance.
Yes, you can go the distance. It's a 6-hour, 7-hour walk. It's a long walk. I mean, you're used to like big walks, but it's a big. You probably stop along the way, have some drinks and foods and stuff, and eventually you get to what is not a massively exciting set of caves. It's on the coast still, and it's just kind of like some hills in the ground that have some entrances. Or just one entrance that you can see that's kind of a big entrance. And the whole way along, there's been waystones which have been pointing sort of this way. This is your pilgrimage. And you can see that it's a bit more of a fancy entrance. There's like a natural entrance, and then some like columns, kind of like half built in, and then the symbol of what's it again? Eldath. There again, and rather unavoidably, obviously, this is the cave the caves in question.
Oh, Nullifier! Are you home?
And a dragon walks out. No.
What?
As you step in, it's not like a massively wonderful place, but it's still got like an air of magic to it. You're not quite sure what the magic is. You've got an air of magic. The entrance on the inside has 2 tall statues, which you assume are the goddess, and vaguely around this not massive cave, it's not small, but it's not massive cave, is various pools of water that kind of like twinkle under the natural light coming inside, but there are also torches lit around the place, lighting up the caves. And in front of the different pools of water, there's like, obviously like what's the word I'm looking for? Like people giving things to the gods, not sacrifices. That's when you kill a person.
Donations?
Offerings?
Offerings. That's the one I'm going for. Sort of around, like evidently things that are precious to people, and this and that, and it's just these little pools of water. That's all you can really see in here. It feels kind of nice. It's cool in here as well. It seems, the heat doesn't quite penetrate through.
Right, so just to check, there are it's just the piles of those items, or there are people laying down?
No, people have evidently done it in the past, but there's no people here at the moment apart from you.
Okay.
I really do
say
not
we just
understand this
walk into
planes of
the cave
religions.
as far as we can, see if we can find some trace of these things.
Well, the priest said they were in the walls, I think, didn't he?
Yes, they burrow, so we need to find some tunnels.
Give me some investigations.
How about a perception?
It would be investigation.
Investigation.
You throw a bunch of investigations at us after I'm done with Edge.
Oh, that's so annoying.
I threw a bunch of
Natural
investigations
20.
at you whilst you were Edge.
It's true.
Natural 20.
It was
Natural
gonna be
20.
it was gonna be an 18, and then it bounced off one of my other dice, and now it's a 2.
Aw. Hilariously, you're the one who would recognize this most. 16 and...
Why would I? I've
You're
never seen them.
from literal
Underground.
caves.
Yeah, but like,
You'd recognize burrow sites.
are they that hard to see?
Apparently for you.
It's a hole.
And, well, it depends. I mean, like, moles don't leave a hole in the ground. They leave a mound of dirt, which, if you're an idiot, you could not see. What did Bartlett get?
8.
An 8. So the two of you are like, I have no idea. You're just distracted by the sparkly... I think Bartlett is just exhausted after walking up below the stairs and then walking for 6 hours, and it's just cool in here. I like to imagine Bartlett just lies down on the ground, just like... I'm done. And Unit is... I don't know, wandering off in his own brain, just distracted.
He's distracted because he's expecting the burrow to look like his burrows of his people.
Yeah.
And they don't look like that.
Yeah.
With your natural 20, though, I reckon you noticed that, like, you can't see any, like holes in the walls. There's no obvious, like, holes in which things come through. But you can tell there's, like, differences, and almost looking like a big texture in the wall of where things probably have burrowed through and refilled the rock in a weird, magical way. Like, it is still rock, but it is,
They live in holes.
like,
They live in a hole in the wall. So
like,
Yeah,
like
They live
imagine...
inside the wall.
Imagine
they live
it-
in ATMs.
or just let me talk. Imagine, like, you have wood grain, and then there's just, like, still wood grain, but just, like, it doesn't match up with the rest of the wood grain there, because it's just still the same pattern, but it's just not continuing.
Work.
It's that kind of thing, but with the rock.
So look here, can you see this? It looks like there must be an ear somewhere, so no holes, so we can't really follow them in. So we've either got to tempt them out or dig in
gonna
on
knock
them, I
on
suppose.
the weird spot. Hello.
It's just like a solid rock. It's just like there's no real sound to it. It just hurts your knuckles a little bit.
I'm gonna start playing my flute, see if I can track them out.
You start playing your flute. Your flute.
Cute.
And I think after a little bit, there is a little bit of like a rumble, and the wall kind of opens up a little bit, and it's not really a small creature. More of like a
large creature.
very, very large creature that just keeps
Oh, no.
on snaking out. It looks like a gigantic snake, probably.
I thought you were
20
going to say
feet-
centipede. I thought Greg was going to have
It's
a
like
heart
20.
attack.
Me
It's
too.
about 20 feet long and has about six sets of legs along its body.
I hate you.
This
wait,
like
it's a
it's this
centipede.
it's this bluey gray in color, very snake-like texture, not furry at all. And these legs look like almost like lizardy legs. You know, there's sort of like wrinkles around the joints. They've got big claws, or maybe like dinosaur legs. And it sort of snakes around. And as it comes up, you realize its face is, again, very snaky. This like large mouth that can open up with these, as it sort of vaguely does, you can see sharp teeth. And you know how snakes have that skin between their jaw when it like opens back here? And also two horns that sort of stick back and these tiny little beady eyes at the front.
How many?
Two. And it just curiously sort of looks around, almost like it's enchanted by looking at you. It's not aggressive. It doesn't attack. But as its mouth sort of opens and closes a little bit, you can see almost little sparks of electricity sort of are inside between its teeth and sort of around.
Oh yeah.
Alex, just out of game for my, just so I'm
Mhm.
envisioning this thing properly. Does it look like a Bahir?
It might look a little bit like one of those, yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. I don't know what that
Not
is,
like
but
the actual Aeorian Nullifier, which is a lot scarier
Yeah, I was
and
going to
nothing
say.
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just had a look on.
Okay.
You're looking up stat blocks?
How dare
No,
you.
just
I
looking
was
at
looking on the
pictures.
picture.
Criminal.
I did find this though, which I find extremely amusing.
What, did-
if it'll ever-
I definitely didn't give you a different name so that if you did look it up, you would be led in the wrong direction so that you couldn't be looking at stat blocks.
I just
Got
want to see
him.
what this thing looks like.
I know what y'all are
Okay.
like.
But look,
Oh, I hate
googly
that.
eyes on it.
I know what y'all are like.
You fucking got well played.
I like that.
But this isn't what I expected. Yeah, I know.
That is fucking living in the year 3000.
So
Not much
what
has
do you say
changed, but they live underwater.
they're called?
yeah.
What does the hair look like?
But here looks like what I just told you.
Yeah, but Alex, I have a short.
Oh,
memory.
they are not friendly friends.
Well, this one doesn't look aggressive. It's not like a nice looking thing, but it's not aggressive in any way. It's sort of just like existing. It seems very enchanted by this music.
I'm just concerned by I'm just concerned by the caption Bahir and other dragon slaying monsters.
Yeah.
Which
And you
Don't
just
worry about that.
stop reading the, you know.
No.
oh, there we go. This is the picture.
I refuse.
So that's all I
I'm
wanted
going
with the
to
picture.
attempt to use my speak with animals just in case this thing is.
Hey, do you have any spare eyes lying around
it's-
that you could just lend us?
Hi. Do you understand us? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not a beast, so no, it cannot.
Yeah.
Then that is what I have learned by it not reacting. Then presumably.
It's just very curiously looking at you. And whilst it stares into your eyes, that's where we're going to end the session.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to kill a couple of these things.
Yeah, a couple of them as well. God,
This is
Yeah.
a shame.
big sad.
Alex.
Yeah?
The first picture of a Bahir on Google Images, is that what you were talking about?
I don't know, that's not where I'm looking.
Oh, that is a yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
worm
that's
friend.
kind of what it looks like, yeah.
It's got horns like I do.
It does.
Oh, it does. And is in other ways not like you
Awful.
at all, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks a lot. I
Uh,
hate that first image the most because it doesn't
like
really have
slimy.
scales. Yeah, it's like a gelatinous
snake.
Oh.
They
Yeah,
have
the
arms.
weirdest thing about that picture is its chest looks like it's furry,
Yeah, I was gonna
but it's
say
not.
it's not. It's just like the shiny.
Anyway,
Over here. How
Huh?
you put it here?
BEHIR.
BEHIR.
RBE.
But anyway,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
that is where we'll be ending up. We can deal with that next week.
The Here Eyes White Dragon.
I wish that thing didn't exist.
Right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're very
Hey,
welcome. But also,
Xperia.
I know you hate me.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm very impressed that you know your group well enough to give them the wrong name when they look at the
Thing is,
But
I normally don't look it up
giving
until
us
he
the middle
tells me
name.
to.
It was just in case. Anyway, thank you, Awkward Wave. That was my thank you very much for watching, and a goodbye
Wow.
for now. And I will.
That was very.
Ow! Just
Yeah.
clicked my wrist. Ow.
No, it has been very fun, and I'm interested to see Elsie waking up from her ill slumber next week, and just this is what you're.
Oh no!
In
Yeah.
front of